Call the meeting to order for Members and Appeals, August 8th, 2012. This is a continuation of our meeting dated July 1st, 2012.
Just piping like
We do have an agenda before us. Can I get a...
Motion to approve the agenda
Yeah,
for...
just a moment, I'm out of order already, that we got to do a roll call here.
Mr. Boomey?
Here.
Mr. Merchant?
Here.
Mr. Brigham?
Yes.
Mr. Straight? Mr. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Feller? Mr. Fadid?
Here.
Mr. Michelson?
Here.
Ms. O'Donnell? Here. Mr. Steele? Mr. Looney? And Mr. Hopkinson?
Thank you for doing that. We have a meeting before us, right? Somebody like to try your...
Motion to approve the agenda for July 8th, 2012, August 8th, 2012.
Second.
Moving seconded. Any second changes? Approved. Okay. We want to finish business, or minutes to review, excuse me, unfinished business. We're reviewing Anchorage Ordinance AO 12-26. 2012-26, the ordinance regarding permit requirements to provide options to exempt single-family and two-family residential construction plans from plan review by the municipal building official for code compliance and building safety, etc. This is, as I mentioned, this is a continuation of our last meeting, and so I will start with items from the board. As have the members had an opportunity to pull together a list of questions that they would like to address at this meeting that they would like to open with.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Michael.
With continuation, are you closing all public testimony?
No, I figure I give the chance to the board before we open it up to public testimony. Do we have questions amongst ourselves to continue our last discussion?
Mr. Chair, by the questions asked and everything, I think it'd be pertinent that we listen to testimony of the public, and I'm sure that there'll be new questions.
I just want to make sure that the board has first opportunity here. Did you have a question, Ms. O'Donnell?
I did. There was a reference during the last meeting. I can't remember who brought it up exactly, but yesterday I talked to the ISO about the rating, that what would change, and you said there was an email, or I was wondering if that was able to be presented to us.
I have some copies here. What I have, anticipating there may be some questions about the relationship between ISO and FEMA. There's an email string that begins with an email from Ralph Dorio of the ISO explaining about the Community Hazard Mitigation Manager, explaining what I brought up last meeting, that there is no plan. Probably. And if there is,
Seem to run so fast.
if there is no plan, then the community loses their rating. So it begins with that. I forwarded that to our floodplain coordinator, Jeff Urbanis, and he responded with, to me, was new information about how the CRS rating, community rating system, is related directly to the FEMA, or to the ISO rating. And he sent me a copy of a page out of their CRS coordinator's manual that explains that relationship. So this from the ISO, follow-up from our floodplain coordinator, and then the attachment from the FEMA book. So I have copies of that for you, like that this time.
Thank you.
And these will also be available at the assembly work session. I think I have
There's two of those if I could. Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge that we have Assemblyman training, Assemblyman Cromley here joining us for this session. Any other questions from the board before we open it up to the public testimony? Seeing none, do we have members that would like to present? Come on up, please state your name and you have the floor.
My name is Clayton Porter. I am an architect, licensed architect in the state of Alaska since 1972 here. And I'm also a licensed general contractor. And I have read the ordinance. I'm not sure I understand all of it in great detail, but I think I do. I'm in support of the ordinance. I would like to see it move forward. I know there are lots of questions about it, and I discussed some of those questions with people earlier today. But I think it offers merit because having a third-party plan review will allow some flexibility in getting, making progress in the building season and what we have to deal with them. Because there are times when it's just, everything's backed up, things have to be done. I have been practicing, like I said, architecture in this city since '72, and have been building buildings in this city since '72. And so, from what I see, from my point of view, I feel very strongly this is pretty good ordinance, and I would like to see it move forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions, because I don't know that I need to go through the proper line by line.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Michelson.
Mr. Porter, you being a licensed architect, under this ordinance would then give you the ability to enter a program where you could review plans. Would you feel, if this ordinance went through, that you would enter into that program?
Well, I would have no problem, preparing plans and dealing with them under the provisions in this ordinance. No, I wouldn't have a problem doing that at all.
Follow-up question then. I understand you build in Anchorage.
Yeah.
Have you ever built in Wasilla, Jugac,
Yes.
Eagle River?
I've moved across the state.
When you build in Eagle River or Jugac, you, without a building department or without a plan, what type of plan review do you use out there, I guess is my question.
Well, if I'm building for a client, then I go through, and it's a residential structure, then I will go through the process that is used through the PUR 101 and 102 process, and through Alaska Housing Finance, that process there. If it's commercial structure, then I'll go through and deal with that process that I have to follow through with the state fire marshal.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Some of the members may not know, I happen to know what PU 102 are, some of the members may not.
Well, that process I'm referring to is that because there is no building code inspection by the municipality in Eagle River and the other areas outside of the service area, that you have an independent or third-party plan review that is required if you're going to have your long-term financing run through Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. And so the requirement is that you have to go through a plan review and the inspections, and the fee is, and that's a 4-fee process as such. And so that in order for that to be done, you have to do that have a recorded document, PUR 101 and 102, meets the ventilation codes as well as the IECC 2009 and 2012, and through those processes, which AHFC has done, because the state fire marshal does not approve the residential code in the IRC, it has accepted the IRC in its approval process. So this is done through that. AHFC actually sets the standard.
I think one last question. We've heard that the housing in those areas are substandard because they don't have the plan review. What in your, just in your opinion, is the case with that?
Deadly question in a way, Mr. Martinson. I happen to feel very strongly about municipal inspection. I like the idea, and it always frustrates me that it doesn't exist in the areas outside the service area. And I know why it doesn't, but that's neither here nor there at this point. The private inspection system is good. The problem with it is that anything that's not financed through AHFC doesn't go through any process. And that majority of the new residential structures appear to go through that, but there is no way to keep track of it. The MOA only requires a land use permit, but that only enforcement over the geographic area would be difficult, so that to track down every one that might be happening. So, I mean, municipal inspections to me would be better.
That's not what I asked. The house is substandard because they haven't gone through the plan review.
Since the inception of that system, the standards have continued to go up all the time. And there are those that before the inception of that process are substandard, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. O'Donnell.
Mr. Porter, part of the proposed ordinance discusses professional liability insurance, and I'll read it to you. It says, "The registered design professional has in place the requisite professional liability insurance meeting each of the following requirements. Plan review and building code compliance review under the Anchorage Municipal Code are within the scope of the professional liability insurance of the registered design professional. The amount, type, and length of coverage are appropriate for the work included in the permit application, and coverage extends for no less than 2 years from the completion of the project construction." Can you tell me what is, we're trying to figure out what requisite means, who's requiring the insurance? Is the professional liability insurance required for your architect's license?
No. As a licensed professional in the state, you go through the review process, the examination, all those things. As such, if you're in private practice, you're required to have, and you have a business, you're required to have those insurances such as general liability, workman's comp, those kinds of things. If you, depending upon who you work for and how you, and what kind of work you do, some may require additional insurances such as omissions and errors insurance. The problem with omissions and errors insurance is that most small firms, and I have 2 people in my design department, and most engineers in the residential type work as such, or in the small commercial, are in similar size and structure. They do not carry omissions and errors insurance, because if I were to buy omissions and errors insurance today for the size practice I have, it would cost me $10,000 to $15,000, and there are only 3 underwriters that I'm aware of in the United States. And so most people in that size, or as the size firm that I have, do not carry it as such for omissions and errors. We have to have all the others. There's no requirement. That's a requirement as such. But nothing in state law says you have to have it for me to be licensed as an engineer or an architect, or however that goes.
I understand the way that this is written, it would lead one to believe that there is a state requirement for liability insurance to hold a license as an engineer.
For general liability, yes.
There is, so you're saying
For general
that there
liability,
is?
yes.
Okay, and what is the minimum requirement?
I honestly don't know. I carry $1 million, so I can't tell you. I think I heard today that it was $100,000, but I'm honestly not sure.
Many of us do also carry insurance well and above what's required for a
Absolutely.
particular license that we have. But I believe that this is referring to somewhat of a judgment call appropriate for the work. So I'm not sure, I'm still not clear what insurance would be required of which engineer or architect, and who the requiring agency would be, and who would enforce that for this.
As a licensed professional, I'm bound by my licensing requirements as such in this state, or whatever state it is that I'm licensed in. When I sign those documents, I'm liable. simple facts of life, and if I have gross negligence, I'm even, that just makes it even worse as such. So, that's the responsibility that I take on anytime I sign or stamp a set of drawings as such. Therefore, and that's why in the requirements, if someone came to me and said, gee whiz, I've done these drawings all by myself and I'm a great draftsman, do you stamp them as an architect? And my answer is no, because the state licensing law says that those drawings and documents must be prepared either directly by me or under my direct supervision. And so I'm extremely deliberate and extremely careful to meet that requirement. And because if that's not the case and there's a problem, then I've had gross negligence as far as I'm concerned. So you have these different kinds of checks and balances that are in the system.
So, I'm sorry, you just said something that rang a bell with me. You said you were required, when you certify something and sign it, it's something that's prepared under your direct supervision, not necessarily just something that has been reviewed for yourself. Okay, because...
As the primary design professional, as an architect, or, and if I'm the primary and I have other engineers or sub-disciplines there, but under my direct supervision, and so either by my employee or by myself, and I'm supervising. So that is one of the requirements.
Mr. Chair, if no one else,
Mr. Michelson.
I have two, follow-up questions to Serena's. Mr. Porter, you mentioned the E&O insurance, and you don't carry it as most small companies don't. But I think in this ordinance, I believe it says you have to have it. Didn't I read that?
Yes, it. I thought it said professional liability.
Well, liability is
Professional liability insurance.
Okay, great. So I'll ignore that question then. And my second one is, if you're doing a plan review, you're not doing architectural work and you're not stamping a set of prints as an architect, but you would, under this provision, you would be doing a plan review. Would your license allow you to do that? Because you're not putting your stamp on it as Clay Porter, the architect. You're putting your name on it as you've done a code compliance plan review.
Yes, you can do that as the license would allow you to do it as code compliance, but you'd have to state that as such, that you're doing it, and not that you were preparing the drawings as such. And that also goes, is there not a provision in the ordinance that whoever the person is must have an ICC certification? Yeah. Okay, so I would be loath to do it without going to and obtaining that ICC certification as well, which is, to me, not a problem to obtain. It's a matter of understanding it and taking the exam for that to do. I don't even know if there are very many ICC certified plan reviewers in the Anchorage municipality or the state. I know there's one in this room, but he's in the minority, so. I believe Dave is arguing not one. So, but also, so that's how I would answer that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Freed.
Question, do you ever have your designs reviewed by another third party, another architect or design professional? And do you prefer having a third party look at your designs? Do they catch things when they look at yours?
From an architectural point of view, it's rare that I will do that. I get enough criticism from my client that I have to go back and forth. I mean, architecture is a give and take. I mean, I don't care what anybody tells you about egos. If you don't go back and forth, you're not successful, okay? As far as from a code or a technical point of view, there are many times, I don't know that I call it a review by a peer, but I would collaborate. I mean, there are many times that I've collaborated with Cuban Associates on projects like in Kodiak and other, because my expertise on residential roof structures that they weren't familiar with in the school. So, yes, I've done that, but not so much review as collaboration.
So when you do work in the city of Anchorage, and it does go through the go through the building department, do they, they seem to catch stuff on all of us. Do they catch items in your designs that
I missed?
That you missed?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Are they things, do you appreciate that or not appreciate that, or are they legitimate items typically?
I have no problem with it as far as the legitimacy. I have a problem with it sometimes on a time frame. I have a problem with it sometimes when the documents that I presented have not been read. And I have a problem with it many times that, many times, the fact that I'm a licensed professional is more of a hindrance. Because I'm a general contractor, the fact that I'm an architect becomes a hindrance at many times. Not in the field with the inspectors. I have no problems with that at all. But I have in plan review many times found that, if you raise your voice too loudly, there's a penance, or there's a price to pay for that. And so you have to deal with that very carefully. Many plan review officials don't like the fact that a licensed person is a general contractor, an architect is a general contractor. Or there gets to be a little bit of uncomfortableness, because I'm not particularly bashful, and that lack of bashfulness creates an interesting issue. I will not go get a building permit at this counter. I do not go to this counter and get a building permit, one of my employees does. And there's a very deliberate reason for that, because if I do, I will make more problems for myself than I will ever solve, and that's not appropriate in my business.
Understood. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Feller.
Mr. Porter, if you were doing a third-party review under this ordinance, and you were the registered design professional and responsible charge, would you see yourself as just reviewing the architectural drawings, or would you review other disciplines as well, like structural?
In the residential structure, in the residential process, you're required to deal with both, generally, because we license civil engineers as structural and structural civil, so I would do structural and architectural, or, the civil, or whatever you want to call it. I do my own calculations most of the time right now, anyhow. So I would deal with that. It's not a requirement that both that mechanical or electrical be part of the 1 and 2 single-family code. And occasionally there are things when you'll have elevators or something very special, in that. But I would look at both those issues, because if I'm doing the drawings and I'm responsible and I've been hired in that position, it might reverse itself slightly if indeed a civil engineer or structural was hired and I was working for him, because it can reverse itself. And both situations can happen. But yes, I'd look at both of them.
Okay. Ms. O'Donnell.
I have another question. Would you see yourself in a situation where you would also not only be the general contractor and the architect, but also the plan reviewing entity?
It would be marvelous if you could, but it could become a real conflict at that point. And there are times you just have to, not, much as we all want to do things from the building side to save money and process and all that, you cannot create a conflict of interest. So you have to be very deliberate and very careful about that.
I appreciate your ethics in that matter. I'm wondering if there's a provision in here that would actually state that would be undesirable.
I don't know if there is or not, but years ago, when I first started building in the city, as an architect, I was allowed to do my own building inspection and plan review. And it was an interesting thing. That's when Mr. Watts and I first met, when he was the assistant plan reviewer in the old city hall downtown. And it was an interesting situation at that point. And it has changed, and a lot of those changes are for the better.
So Donald, the ordinance says that the registered design professional responsible charge shall be responsible for reviewing and coordinating submittal documents prepared by others.
Prepared by others?
Prepared by others.
Okay, I missed that.
If I may, Mr. Porter, on item 7D, I see you get the packets on the very bottom page 3, it talks about the registered design professional to indemnify, hold harmless, and shall defend the municipality of Anchorage from and against any and all claims, damages, losses, expenses, etc. Does that indemnification concern you as either a contractor or a design professional?
It concerns me very much either way, because the city doesn't indemnify me from their mistakes, so why should I? It's a two-way street in this world. But I don't know that I have a great answer for you on that one. Which item number?
7. D7.
Yeah, D7, right. We're not required, as an architect right now, without this ordinance, I'm not required to indemnify the city, that I'm aware of. And so I don't know why that would become a requirement under this provision as such. But I haven't thought about it completely. I appreciate the question. Mr. Porter?
Mr. Porter, you said that you have employees. Are those employees registered as well, or are you just a registered agent at your firm?
We're not registered agents, sir. I'm a licensed architect.
Licensed?
Okay. And I have, at this present moment, I have 2 architectural draftsmen that work for me.
So the draftsman,
Yeah, the draftsmen, designers, they are not licensed, no. I have had many times licensed professionals, yes.
okay, so if you were on the, if you were signed up to be a reviewer, would you be the one doing reviewing, or would you have your employees doing it?
In most cases, I would assume that, since I was on hire, I was the one doing the review. If indeed I delegated that, then it would be my responsibility to make sure that I reviewed the employee's work that I did. In this case, when you're making these kinds of submissions, if you don't do that, you create more problems than you solve. So you can't just hand it off and say, do it, because the way the law is, the licensing law is stated, it's my responsibility to review and supervise those projects or those tasks as assigned or as completed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Earl, you have a question?
Yeah, as a follow-up on the indemnification, the municipality of Anchorage is indemnified by state law. It's already indemnified by state law. So that's a follow-up. I mean, you said it's a two-way street, but.
I understand.
The Muni's already indemnified
By the state.
by state law. It's indemnified.
Yes. Yeah, you can do no wrong at the meeting. You can make all kinds of mistakes in design review, and if I don't catch them, there's no consequence. And that's happened many times. And I know it's not supposed to happen, and I know that much discussion goes on about it. And most times it gets resolved, but still.
I mean, that's part of the ordinance, that it doesn't make sense to me to indemnify the municipality, because they're already indemnified, so I don't know why you have to write a letter indemnifying.
I haven't read the whole thing in great detail, so I appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the reporter? Hearing none, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Trombley, the author of the ordinance, I thought I'd come before you guys to explain some of the decisions that you guys might have. First, in regards to the flood insurance, what Sharon did not provide you was communication she had from Office of Management and Budget Director at the time. What was determined is that the flood insurance will raise $63 for less than 1/2% of the homes in Anchorage. In regards to the ISO certification, one thing that you might not know is that the city of Wichita, Kansas, which was a group that, in preparing a presentation for the mayor, they went through, and the department went through and compared several municipalities the same size as Anchorage. And what they found was that the city of Wichita, Kansas, at least in my conversation with the building official there, over the past 20 years, they've done 0 plan review for single-family duplex over the last 20 years. Their ISO rating is fairly similar to Anchorage, and their flood insurance is obviously higher because of the location of Wichita being where it is in Kansas. There's also several other jurisdictions which I communicated with throughout the Midwest that has 0 plan review. In fact, what they do is you go in, much like what happens in Chugiak, Eagle River, Birdwood, Stuckagon Heights, Bear Valley. You go in, you submit your plans, there is no plan review, you simply bill. So that's one of the things about the flood insurance. So I wanted to clarify that. In regards to some of the questions that you've had, I can address some of the ones that you've already discussed now, and if there's any further, I'd be more than happy to. In regards to number 7 that you just asked about, that's already an existing code, municipal code. This section here, number 7, came directly from risk management. Risk management reviewed this ordinance and suggested that this be in there. While it's already in municipal code, they suggested that just to reaffirm that we put that in there, so that came from risk management. The insurance requirements also came from risk management within the municipality. They recommended these three sections, extends for no less than 2 years. In fact, this is their wording, the amount, type, and length of coverage are appropriate for work included in the permit application. And obviously, section 6, 8, and C, that all came directly from risk management as they reviewed this ordinance. So if there's any, the other concern that I had heard, not expressed here, but that had been brought up before the body, is that when you look at section D, number 1, it says registered by the State of Alaska Board of Registration for Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors. That's a state agency. You can pull them up on the website. It's right there. And so there was some concern is that, well, I can be a particular type of engineer, but I can stamp the plans, but I'm not actually, I have no experience with building or residential or commercial building, but I'm just stamping the plans because I'm a particular type of engineer. However, when you look at the packet and you read back in the legal review on page 3 or 4 in the legal review done by the municipal attorney's office, specifically Dean Gates, as he reviewed this and found that the entire piece of legislation is actually legal to do. On number 4, state law already prohibits any architect or engineer certifying work outside the scope of their expertise in their respective field. So you have to be a specific type of engineer in order to have legal stamp. Other than that, you're violating state law. The other thing that this ordinance does is it brings municipal code in line with state code, or state law. Nowhere in state law does it require that there be code review for single-family duplex. Actually, I believe it either goes with the triplex or fourplex. State law does not require that. The municipality goes above and beyond that only within a particular section. So if there's any more questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Mr. Feller.
The insurance requirements, the ordinance reads that it's professional liability insurance. And I could be mistaken, but I believe that is E&O insurance. They're one and the same. And my firm carries professional liability insurance, and we renew it every 3 years. According to the ordinance, the coverage has to extend no less than 2 years from the completion of project construction. So at the time that I would be designing a project, it would probably be at least, say, 6 months out before the construction was completed, and the insurance would have to be in effect another 2 years beyond that, so say 2.5 years. So if we only renew every 3 years, we couldn't really, unless that happened in the first 6 months of those 3 years, we couldn't guarantee that we were going to have insurance that extended out that far. So that seems a little bit unworkable to me.
Sure, but at the same time, if the house collapses due to code compliance, at the end of the day, it's going to go back onto the builder as well.
No, I agree, but...
So the customer is protected. Now, a builder may not be able to go back at you, but at the end of the day, what are we looking at here? Why do we have building safety? To protect who? The customer, the person living in the home. The person living in the home is protected.
No, I agree with that. My point is the way the ordinance is written, section 6C is going to be difficult to meet the way it's written. You would have to...
How to fix it?
Well, my suggestion would be just to take the insurance requirements out altogether, because right now, most residential is designed by designers who don't carry any professional liability experience, so why raise the bar in this ordinance?
That's a great point. That is something that I looked at. Unfortunately, risk management sees a different one.
Okay.
That comes from the municipality, and if I could work around it, I would. I'd be more than happy to talk with them again and mention your suggestions, but I did go round and round about that.
Okay.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Trombley, and part of the assessment that you were referring to on page 4 of 4, with regards to the professional liability insurance. It says right here, and this reminded me of something that was just discussed, that risk, as stated, to sufficiently protect parties, insurance coverage must include errors and omission policy and include sufficient time coverage beyond the completion of a project to allow for discovery of potential design defects and building code violations that may have eluded discovery during self-certification, construction, site inspections, and completion. So it says specifically must include errors and omissions policy, which is not, I think, the gentleman that just Mr. Porter just stated that that is not common and not easily available and very expensive. But it's not specifically stated in the ordinance that it's required, but it's being stated by the risk department that it should be required.
Mr. Feller just mentioned that he believes professional liability isn't E&O insurance.
Well, you know, insurance and professional liability are two separate things. Liability insurance.
General liability is separate.
Errors and omissions would be...
What about professional liability insurance?
Professional liability, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and having been in private practice myself, if you go to a broker and ask for E&O insurance, it's professional liability insurance.
You know, and professional liability are the
Right.
same, yes.
Sometimes they throw professional liability on top of it.
Your general liability is a separate policy.
That's what I deal in.
So the terms are used in.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Trombley, I hear this insurance thing being a real crux of this whole thing. But then I ask, you say the municipality risk management department is the one that insisted that you put the wording in there. But then I have to ask you, in your opinion, or ask anybody on the board, why is the municipality risk management demanding more insurance of a person going to do this than of their own department? Their own department has zero risk. The municipal attorney, Mr. Wheeler, has said they have zero risk. They have zero liability, zero risk. Why are we placing on someone that's going to enter into a private practice of third-party review to have more insurance than our own government has to have?
You'll have to talk to your state legislator. I mean, I'm just, I understand that. I can't, I'm bound to operate under state law, and so is the municipality. We can go further than state law, but we can't exempt ourselves from it. So, a lot of this is that, you know, the state allows municipalities to be indemnified. They're not liable. You can actually submit your plans to code review. They can completely screw it up, and your house falls down, and you die, and the city goes, sorry. That sucks. But there's nothing to come back on it. So that's a state issue.
So the risk management department for the community that is looking at the state laws and making you include this in
Particularly Section 7, that they're experiencing it with insurance 6 as well.
Mr. Ferdine.
I think one kind of going on to that, we have to be careful that you don't use verbiage that would exempt the designer from liability when they in fact were the designer. So they can't go back later on and go, well, yeah, I was the designer, but I'm exempt from any liability. So if you do anything, remove the liability, remove the insurance. Don't say that the designer is exempt from, the designer is indemnified from liability, because that might then go in court and indemnify them from being liable to begin with, what we normally have our liability on. So just be careful you don't get a loop on that lets the designer get off the hook from any liability at all.
Mr. Michelson.
So, I'm sorry, just to follow up. So, just for clarification, you're saying that you disagree with the wording in Section 7? Would that be accurate? That needs to be reworded in your opinion?
I'm just saying that if where Mr. Michelson is going is that the reviewer
of these plans should also be indemnified, has the same indemnification as a municipality of Anchorage. If this goes forward as a self-certified thing, you could in fact put an umbrella over them to where they weren't liable for anything and everything at all. I'm just, if I don't have verbiage for how that goes, I just want to put that out there to be careful that you don't add verbiage in there that could get them off the hook later on if something does fail.
That's what I was going to ask Mr. Fradine. Mr. Fradine, so you're saying that the reviewer should be somewhat liable?
Well, as the designer, as the licensed
No,
professional.
there's a difference between the designer and the reviewer. The designer is the one that draws and creates the project.
So I guess I'm
The reviewer is one that reviews someone else's drawings for code compliance. Because you can't self-serve in this ordinance, the way I read it.
Okay.
You can't be the designer and the reviewer at the same time.
So where are you getting at? Because I read this ordinance, you can. You can be the designer and you can self-certify that my work is code compliant. I mean, it says it in the opening and I don't see where it excludes it in there.
I thought.
It did confuse me too.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Page 2 of 7, line 18. The residential single-family or two-family permit application submitted with design documents prepared under seal of a registered design professional. Permit applicant shall have the qualified option for the registered design professional accept responsibility for plan review and code compliance. Prepared under, it's key, as you recall Mr. Porter's words, prepared under, direct supervision, or did it himself? Is the designer, not reviewing someone else's work done outside of supervision. I think that,
But it doesn't exclude that person from certifying it.
no, it doesn't. But I think it does exclude that person from certifying someone else's work that was not done under their direct control.
Well, yeah, that's obvious. But, well, no, they could also use this ordinance to play the role of plan reviewer and certify someone else's work.
Well, it says prepared under. Prepared under. I think
that's what the intent was, wasn't it? That you can do it both ways? Was that your intent? My intent is that if I'm a registered professional architect or engineer, I can design it. I ensure, because I have the certification of code compliance, you stamp it, it meets code. About the designer designs it, and the builder, it's prepared for a builder, and the builder doesn't want to change the plans to so.
No, that's what you're saying.
It's prepared, it's right there, it's prepared by you. Prepared, it says it right there, I'll read it. Okay, I just wasn't prepared under seal. Design document prepared under seal.
So, Mr. Chair, could I re-ask my question? Was I correct in assuming that a person could be the designer and also the reviewer and then also the builder when in the same understanding?
Mr. Conway.
Well, yes, if you're a registered architect or engineer.
And a licensed contractor, which we had just before us.
So there wouldn't necessarily be a third-party review. It might be a first-party review only.
Except for he stated that there would be a conflict of interest and he wouldn't engage in that practice.
True, but there's nothing preventing it. Okay.
Mr. Fradine.
In researching this, that's a key point. I think that has a lot of people concerned of self-certifying and the issues associated with that. In researching this ordinance and looking at other jurisdictions, do many of them have third-party reviewers that would be not you certifying it, but another licensed professional reviewing it for you in place of a municipal organization?
Yeah, Las Vegas and I believe Phoenix have a situation set up where, I may not be 100% correct on this, but I believe that they're actually contracted by the municipality itself. They operate under the building, I guess underneath the building official. So actually that third party, even though it's a private organization, is actually indemnified the same way that the municipality is indemnified. And they actually do code compliance, and some of them actually go to the point where they do private inspections as well. And so you have a list of, which I looked at, I think it was Phoenix or Las Vegas, they have a list of 20 companies, some of them do only commercial inspection and certification, or code certification, stuff like that. So yes, that does exist.
Are those individuals then selected by the municipality, like, your number's up, this one goes to you, or does the design professional get to choose, I want Joe Smith to review mine?
That I don't know. I don't even want to speculate because I don't know.
Mr. Mickelson.
Mr. Trombley, just a suggestion, but on the 23.10.104.7.1, is there a possibility that you can add in there that a registered design professional, architect, engineer, builder cannot certify their own projects as a reassurance to the industry and to the public?
I'm definitely, I mean, it's absolutely workable.
So I think that has a lot of people, I mean, I think I hear a lot of concern about that, and I think that would eliminate all the concern if someone like Mr. Porter had to go to someone else for their plan review.
No, that's very fair. Appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
Well, it's in that section 23.10.104.7.1, and I don't know exactly where to slip it in, but just make it that a professional, a registered professional cannot certify their own project.
Mr. Bowman, I thought that's the whole point of the ordinance. If you're the designer, you're a design professional, and you prepare some drawings, and you stamp them and say they're good, then you're exempt from plan review. I thought that was the whole-
It's two separate things. What Mr. Michelson's saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that if I'm a registered design professional, then I can design my plans, I can stamp my plans, and if I'm a general contractor, I can then turn around and build what I just stamped. So you're doing self-certification. What this addresses is that I'm a registered professional architect or engineer. Paul Michelson's a builder. Paul Michelson says, I have a home to build. I want to go with your engineer stamp to certify that it's code compliant. He comes to me, I do it, I stamp it, give it to him, he builds. That's what this ordinance is supposed to address. So
That's the way I understood it.
Okay.
I understand that the body is concerned about self-certification. That's absolutely fair. Conflict of interest, no problem with that. That's 100% workable.
I have a question or a concern here. This regarding D6 and D7 regarding the insurance. And if it came from risk management, that bothers me even worse because it kind of tells me that they don't understand liability insurance for a design professional. It starts with the design professional, registered design professional shall have in place the requisite professional liability insurance, which we have determined to be none, meeting each of the following, and that they will, within the scope, that plan review and compliance review under municipal code are within the scope of the professional liability insurance. My professional liability insurance is for design. It is not for plan review, and I think if I showed this to my PLI carrier, he would tell me to run away as fast and as far as I can. And it also talks about the item 6C is the 2-year tail. There are a number of companies that write year to year. Now, that would exclude them. My particular company, I don't remember if it's a 2-year or 3-year. Mr. Ferdine mentioned his with 3. I know of other companies that are year to year. I think that is a bit of a burden. And then the indemnification, I'm not exactly sure how that would be used, but I cannot indemnify outside of my performance, the performance of my people, or the performance of people under my charge. So 6 and 7, in my opinion, need some attention.
So what I heard you saying about your own personal insurance is that is that your personal insurance wouldn't qualify under this, am I correct on that?
I don't believe my carrier would cover me for plan review services, no.
So in that sense, if someone came to you and said, I want you to operate under this, you would have to tell them no.
I could not do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just wouldn't do the work, they'd have to go to somebody else who can meet the requirements of code?
Right,
Okay.
and I'm not going to pretend to be an insurance authority. I guess for other people, but I kind of question if other professional liability insurance carriers would make that an insurable event.
Sure.
They may say...
But since we don't have an insurance agent here, this is all speculation, right?
Mr. Chairman, can I try something here? While Mr. Conley's sitting there? I see we have Mr. Owens, and I happen to know Mr. Owens. You are a third-party plan reviewer.
Yes, sir.
What type of insurance are you required under the state, if I may ask?
I'm only required to carry general liability and workman's comp for my employees. I do not carry errors and omissions. We looked into it, we'd like to have it, but it's just a couple of issues with that. One is we couldn't find it to cover what specifically we do, and the other is the cost. We did get one quote, and it was just off of the scale. So we're not required by state law to have it, to have our license.
So, just so I had I was misstating myself earlier, general liability versus professional liability. What you're stating is that you actually have a requirement to only have general liability and not professional liability.
That's correct.
So according to what's been written here, the requisite professional liability insurance, there is none. It's a zero.
That's correct.
And do you identify yourself, or are you responsible for a mistake? I'm trying to grasp that. I think you're going to testify, so I should maybe say this. While Mr. Trump is sitting there, I was hoping to get a few answers.
Some of the work we do is under Alaska Statute 1856-300, and there is some language in there that says, you are responsible if you commit an act of gross negligence and intentional misconduct. So there is some responsibility there. It's not like, you can just do anything you want. But, that is one of the requirements. There is a state statute that requires some plan review if you operate, funding under that particular statute, then there's plan review there.
Then I guess I asked Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trombley, I guess at the Municipal Risk Management Department demanded that you put that in there per state regulation. Then I'm hearing that the state doesn't ask for that, so I'm wondering.
I'll go back and talk to him. If it's functional, then I'll change it to general liability insurance. If that's what the state requires, then it's clearly sufficient.
And I think that would satisfy a lot of people's concerns.
That's fair.
Mr. Boney, we'll have risk management come to the work session for the assembly, because I think that'll be very valuable. I was copied on several of the emails back and forth on insurance questions and things that are being crafted. And at one point, risk management did suggest an amount, we believe it was $2 million. And for whatever reason, that did not end up in here as requisite.
Did you forward me that email?
Yeah.
I don't remember that specific, but I appreciate you forwarding me that email.
And so there's clearly some questions that they can probably answer for us and clear up.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. O'Donnell?
I would just, if we're going to do that, I would also, is it possible to ask an insurance broker perhaps, with experience in these areas to come and offer comment as far as what is generally offered in Alaska, what this might cost? We might be making a statute that's unaffordable, an ordinance not affordable.
Ms. O'Donnell and Mr. Chairman, I think we're asked here tonight to send a letter of either recommendation or denial to the Assembly. Now, it seems like I hear that we're going to bring people to the work session. We can go to the work session, but we can't give any voices, am I correct?
No, you can't.
So
I'm not sure specifically asked.
So for us to all file down there as a board at the work session is actually a big, well, I shouldn't say waste of time, but fairly much fruitless effort. And I don't know why we keep carrying this to another level, I think we're going to hear some good testimony tonight. And risk management, in my opinion, confused me. If he's over there saying one thing and they told you to do another.
Well, I'll tell you, first off, it's an assembly work session, and so the chair decides who will show up. And so I'll talk with Chairman Hall and see if we can get, if it's okay with him to have risk management. But it's an assembly work session, so it's his call.
Ms. Welch?
Go ahead.
As a general observation with risk management, what they were trying to accomplish, obviously, in the municipal plan review, there is exemption from liability by state statute. Basically, there's a $2 million umbrella policy for these types of situations across the board throughout the department. So I think what risk management was trying to do is to say there should be some reasonable insurance if the private sector is taking on this responsibility, similar to what we do within the municipality. And that's basically, at least for us, it's a $2 million umbrella.
Also, to follow up on that, well, it would be good to hear from risk management, but my understanding was that the municipality is giving up a level of participation in the process. We have the plan reviewers that, this is what they do day in, day out. Where the municipality is giving that up, that additional third-party check, and that this insurance is considered to mitigate some of that loss of review. Well, definitely we'll need to hear from risk management.
Mr. Michaels?
Mr. Weaver, you just made a statement saying that you think I think I heard that you tried to assess what you thought risk management was trying to do. And you said that risk management was saying a $2 million policy to hold the individual liable. But again, I'm just so puzzled.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, repeat what you said.
Basically, they were trying to transfer similar risk to the private sector to what we have with the municipal sector, that there should be some reasonable liability insurance there, and should an occurrence happen. When things happen, people litigate across the board, and sometimes the municipalities are brought into it to determine whether there was negligence in their particular participation in it. So,
If I may, Mr. Chair, I guess that it makes me think of another question. You've been here 20-something years, I think. Do you know of any case that the municipality was brought into and lost?
I can't really answer that question.
I know of cases where we've settled, where they didn't go to court, the municipality just settled.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I sense that Mr. Trombley's going to ask risk management if he can modify that. If he can, he can. If he can't, he goes forward like it is, I guess.
But I do think that there was mix-up on terminology by, this analysis, that we get the terminology correct and what type of insurance.
That's absolutely fair.
I think personally, if I may here, on 6 and 6A, if we change the word professional to general liability insurance, that's more insurable than what we have here. We still haven't addressed 6C and 7. Mr. Straight.
I have a question for you, Mr. Trombley. I apologize if this was discussed at last week's meeting. I was unable to attend, but right now we're kind of down in the details of this, talking about specific items. My question for you is more broad. What is the goal of, what is the problem that this ordinance is trying to address? The goal of this is to streamline the process. Is that a need? Is that, what are we trying to do here?
Trying to provide options, so that if someone says, hey, I want to use plan review from the municipality, that option is there. If I trust an architect who does good work, then I can go there. Provide options. If provides competition within the marketplace. It'll help reduce time at the counter. Now, the department provided statistics, they're right on par with the national average. Why be average, be better? This provides another way for the department to reduce their load, get things out the door even faster. And I believe it'll help industry by just providing options for them.
Mr. Feller?
Mr. Trump, so we've talked about maybe some changes that need to happen to the ordinance, and it's my feeling that those changes are probably going to need to occur before you get full support of this board. So how's that process going to work?
Well, we're slated to vote on this on the 21st. I can make amendments to it on the floor with some of the suggestions. For example, I don't want to tell you how to do your work. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. It's not my business. If you were inclined to write a letter regarding this and say, these are the suggestions, other bodies do that all the time, advisory bodies do that all the time, they say, Public Safety Committee says there's a fireworks ordinance, and these are the suggested changes that we would make to this. You have the authority to say, these are the suggested changes that we would make to this ordinance. If you would forward those on to us, I'm more happy to take them into consideration. Obviously, some of the things, self-certification, fixing number 6, understanding the insurance information, or insurance language. But I can't tell you how to vote, or I can't say, I will do this. If you vote for this, I will do this. I can't do that. So it's just, the best I can do is say, write up some recommendations, send them to all the members of the Assembly. We all have the ability to make amendments and change this.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Michelson?
I guess, Mr. Chairman, last meeting, we were asked, I think we were asked, this one's getting a little confusing, but I believe we were asked to either send a letter of support or not support from this board. Can this board, or I guess later on we'll vote on it, but can we even vote on just making suggestions to be sent to the maker of this ordinance?
Would you like to comment on that?
Well, first of all, at the last meeting, we specifically presented saying this ordinance is being brought before you because it affects part of Title 23, which is the title that you're, the appeals court for. So the main thing was to make sure you were aware of it and then take whatever action you choose. I believe that's how we stated it at the meeting. Another option could be to just make note that we believe the ordinance needs further work, and we recommend that, that the author make those changes and bring it back, postpone action. We could do something like that.
I believe it was Mr. Steele that said he would like to see the board take action and endorse or in some way take action of that. And I do believe it would be within our power to make an endorsement with recommended changes if that's what the board so desires here.
Or not even endorsement necessarily, but just recommended changes. And if these changes were, you're right, and if these changes were made, then we would be willing to endorse or whatever.
Or maybe we would like not to endorse, but we still recommend changes. I think that's also an option. We have many options. It's ours to write. Ms. O'Donnell.
I just had one comment. I would understand that we're pre-reviewing this to kind of flesh out what some of the troubles might be before it becomes something that we don't have the ability to make changes to or suggest changes to. The reason I'm bringing up the insurance again is if this goes through and just risk management looks at that as what the insurance requirements ought to be, if somebody doesn't check with a broker of what's available here in town, we could be legislating or making an ordinance that requires private industry to obtain insurance at a level that may not be affordable and may impact business and may do exactly the opposite what you intend this ordinance to do.
No, that's fair, and I'll make sure I get that language right. At the same time, No, that's fair. Absolutely.
That's fine.
Yes, Mr. Richard. I'd like to go a little more in depth in regards to Mr. Straight's question to you, Mr. Trombley. And I did a lot of research on this over the last week because I personally, I didn't feel comfortable with the whole thing. I didn't understand it. You know, it is, you know, you always get the builders are whining or whatever the case may be. And so,
Why do you always point to me?
well, we got another builder down there. Why didn't have it? But so I did. I called 6 contractors, new construction contractors who've built 20 or 30 homes. The guys that will build just new additions. I talked to 2 architects and just tried to get in depth. And it really all came down to one thing on the whole thing the way I understand it. And I want to make sure the whole board kind of understands this because in a little more in depth, I should say, because it isn't coming across that way. To me, it isn't. And so, but it's time, is the way I understand it. Everybody said it's nothing else but time. And I encourage Ross or somebody else to let us know too, or let me know. But from what I understand from everybody I talked to is, so they go out there, they turn in their plans, it goes into plan review, and during the plan review, they have to get those plans back to the builder within 10 days. That usually happens in most cases. It'll come back within that 10-day time period from what I hear. But it comes back with lots and lots of questions, and it could be anywhere from 2 questions to 30 questions. So it depends on how fast that builder gets that back to them. Okay, so now we're at that 10 days, and then how fast can this builder get that out? So let's just say it's 3 days. So now we're 13 days, and in that 13 days is now they can come back with other questions. And correct me if I'm wrong on some of this stuff, but I understand it's 10 extra days to get that back to them after those, let's say, 3 questions.
The goal is to do the resubmittal in half the time. The goal is to do the resubmittal in half the time, 5 days.
Okay, so we're at 17 or 18 days now. And then if there's no other questions, you know, so now we're at the 3 weeks, and from what I'm understanding, it's minimum 3 weeks to a month and a half. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of that stuff, but, so, on a short building season, that's a pretty major deal for a contractor that's trying to make money. So I guess this kind of hit home to me, because I don't see any of this stuff on my side with the meeting. I have nothing but good luck with these guys. And I mean, I go in there.
Because you're charming.
I don't go into it in detail as they do, you know, so it is, so the ultimate thing is, I was talking to one of the builders, and he says, my biggest challenge is, you know, I'm getting charged interest on every day that I'm waiting. So now I've got 3 weeks of interest we're waiting before we can even go down there and dig. And so I look at it as, so time is money. A general contractor doesn't get paid by the hour, he gets paid by the job. So getting paid by the job, that 3 weeks is money on his job. And I guess I look at it this way, because having installers on a job, they get paid by the hour. And I got sales guys that get paid by the job. If those installers don't get done in a reasonable amount of time, those sales guys don't get paid. And I look at it as a builder versus the municipality gets paid by the hour. They can take that 3 weeks, they know that, maybe they're not as aggressive, there's no skin in the game for them in regards to as a builder, but, so I guess, I wanted to kind of get that out of there. I wanted Mr. Straight to understand, you know, because what I wasn't understanding last week, so I did a lot of research on this, and it is, and that kind of made a lot more sense to me, because I was going to go against him a little bit, because I was thinking Paul was whining a little bit, but ultimately, he really has all the builders had a legitimate excuse there. And so really, they're not even asking for much from what I understand, and anybody jump in and correct me, but, so they're only asking for structural and architectural. That's only one piece out of 4, I think, or 5. And so, 4 or 5, so
This is not more than 2 times.
well, they're only asking for the structural and architectural to where they could get that in maybe in a week to 10 days' time and have that done.
And so that's where that's the way I understand it. They're not asking much, and it's not taking any money from the municipality, the way I understand it. So is that kind of what we're doing? And they're actually having to pay extra money to hire that
Sure.
engineer to do that.
Sure, you're absolutely right. And, you know, the truth is I'm not a builder. I don't know the first thing about building. So I don't presume to understand someone's business. I understand the concept that, yes, time is money, but I can't, I don't feel it's fair for me to sit here and say, everything that you did, I don't know, you know, I'm not a residential builder. What I do know is that the industry wants other options. And for whatever reason, they want those options, to utilize that in the best way is to cut down on the time, to help them save a little bit of money, to get better turnaround time to their customer. I mean, there's a plethora of options, which I'm not aware of because I'm not a builder. But what I hear is that, yes, I need other options, Adam, than what I just had. Help me open up another avenue to do so. And I think it's fair. You illustrated it perfectly because you're in the industry, you understand.
Mr. Huggins.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we are in an aggressive building climate up here. Our summers are real short for getting in the ground and getting out. Where we've run into problems in the past is later on in the year, trying to get a permit pushed through, just so we can get going. But the municipality has usually been pretty good. If we go in and basically get the plan reviewer, and we can get them to walk through this thing, and if we try to get the F&F, the foundation and footing permit, out right away. And over the last few years, they've been real accommodating on this for us. And even on some of the complex projects, there might be some things that they can't catch, so we have to go back and retrofit something, but nothing so much that you're still in the foundation and footing stage. And I think they're a little sensitive to it. It depends on the plan reviewer too. But if they know you are in a position where you got to get rocking in the fall, they pretty much accommodate you on the path that you need to go. And we've been working at Anchorage Build for many, many years. And the process seems to be getting better. But I certainly can see your point too, where, you know, maybe it'd be good to have something outsourced where if there was an engineering firm, because that seems like, you know, that's the get-go. And, you know, if the MLO is loaded up, they got this engineering firm that can give them an overload capability. But, you know, as long as we get usually out of the ground in a reasonable time and push them through in the fall, but it's an aggressive schedule, you know, especially from here on out. If you've got some decent-sized projects to get going, and that's just in the residential end of it. So, that said, you know, I feel pretty comfortable with the municipalities providing us. But I guess I'm stuck on the other side of the fence here a little bit too. You know, if they were overloaded, maybe it'd be good to have some kind of an outsourced engineering firm, because what happens when this designer, architectural engineer, goes out and gives you these set of plans and you go out building, and all of a sudden you don't have a zoning, go through zoning, and you find out you're building too close to your offset, or there's a problem someplace, you know.
This doesn't affect that.
Yes?
No, this does not affect that.
Oh, okay.
You're still going to be checked for zoning and
Okay.
stuff like that. This does not eliminate
Wouldn't
that.
that be in plan review, though? In plan review, they went?
Plan review is a separate issue then.
Yeah, but they look at zoning in that.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, or do you want to clarify?
Well, yeah, I don't think the ordinance is really clear on it, but zoning is one of the plan reviews that goes through.
It does keep going. So,
It does?
exempting plan review, I believe the ordinance did speak to that you still did,
Zoning and...
it still did zoning and.
Page 2 of 7, line 28. 27.
This is just dealing with architectural and structural.
The building official shall conduct, or cause to be conducted review of the zone plan.
You have to go through some type of zone.
Right, it's still, that's
Still, the ordinance doesn't change that aspect.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Weaver?
Are there any more questions for me?
well, we have
Good night.
clarification, so.
Yeah.
And I have one thing I need to clarify, but I've been trying to tell it.
So I think some of you know this, but all of you don't know this, but this isn't the first time that this was proposed. It was proposed back in the early 90s, and some major changes were made to the building department as a result of it. It didn't go through, the administration didn't support it back then. But one of the things that went through was the mandatory plan review turnaround times. They're actually written into the municipal code of regulations, Title 2310, and that's where you get your 10-day turnaround time for residential reviews. And the way it works is if a project doesn't get reviewed within 10 days, the municipality has to issue them a permit so that they can get started working. And of course, the builder's proceeding at their own risk at this point, but nonetheless, they can get started working. In addition to that, we issue footing and foundation permits at the builder's risk on a regular basis. I mean, Bill Taylor's sitting there, I think he's the king of footing and foundation permits at my own risk. And Bill gets them the day he walks in the door with a set of permits. So there can be a zero timeline between when he submits and when he gets started doing this work. And we look his prints over pretty quickly, and Bill has typical house plans that he builds, so we're pretty comfortable with them, so it's easy to release them, to let them go. So, you know, plan review is doing these sorts of things to get builders moving.
Mr. Chair.
I should add to that the ordinance that was proposed in 1993, while it attempted to do the exact same thing, it actually included all construction. So if you're building a Denina Center, it exempted all construction. My ordinance is actually considerably different, and so to compare the two is beyond unfair, because I'm going with single-family duplex, which is slightly different than the Denina Center or the ConocoPhillips building. So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Michelson?
And Mr. Trombley, I think we found a letter, I think Bob Bell, the Bell time, was the originator of that one. And from what we saw in the letter, it actually went through the assembly, it actually passed, but it just never got placed in the records somehow. Anyway, that's not about that. But I'll rebut everything Mr. Ross over there said. I had a building permit.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but are there any more questions for me? I don't want to get involved in the debate.
If you go on, Mr. Trump, this kind of answers the
Well,
questions.
I do want to clarify for Mr. Trombley, and I can go to my office and get that email, and I'll send it to you. Regarding Springfield and Wichita and whether or not they have an ISO rating, there's oftentimes a misconception because you get different ISO ratings. There's fire protection class, and there's a building code enforcement rating. And we checked, we had one of our administrative assistants call and ask, you know, what's the rating? And they gave her a rating. They said, oh yeah, we have a rating of this. It turned out to be it was the fire class rating. We checked with the State Insurance Commission, who verified it, and I have that email, both cities, that neither of those has the residential rating. They're in the 9-9 class, meaning they're not rated because they don't define the use. So I need to clarify that, and I'll get the information to Mr. Trombley and the Assembly and you.
On that, I'd like to finish my comment before.
I'm sorry, just one more thing.
Sure.
If you could also provide me with the insurance differences between Chiaki or wherever, those areas outside the building safety, I'd appreciate that too.
I have, to answer that, we would dearly love to have that information ourselves, and as you probably know, the insurance companies, I got as far as the underwriters, Northwest, the general counsel for State Farm and for Allstate Northwest, and was politely said that those are proprietary and they can't give me that information, so frustrating to both
I can get it
sides.
for you. I can just call somebody in Eagle River and call somebody in Anchorage.
On an identical house.
Real close. Good. Now can I finish my comment?
You would, please.
Ross Nossing has said that you have to give the permit in 10 days. I'm just going to bring it real quick. I handed the permit in May. It was lost in the department for 19 days. When they came in, they found it, an individual, Mr. Ellis, and then they took another almost 3 weeks to review it. So there was no, I got my permit in 10 days because they had to. So that's a false statement to the board. I waited almost a month and a half for that building permit, and almost 2 months for that building permit.
I did not make a false statement. If Paul would have requested an F&F at his own risk, he'd have got one.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fadine.
I apologize that Mr. Trombley left. I actually did have a question for him. But good story anyways. This ordinance, and correct me if I'm wrong, the municipality of Anchorage, and I believe it was under Mr. Thompson, had some sort of exemption about residential requiring a structural engineer to stamp drawings if they had so for some of these extreme residential homes, 3 stories, glass walls, something like that, there was some sort of
Unusual shape.
it was a light, you didn't need as much permit, but boy, if you had one of these heavy ones, you needed to have a structural engineer stamp stuff. Is that incorrect? Because there's nothing in here that makes a difference between
There isn't.
a Spinell home, it's been done 80 times, or a $5 million home going up on that's bigger than this building. So I was wondering about if there was any provisions or thought process that was going into any certain cap on what could be signed off on this.
Well, to me, that's a fundamental flaw with the ordinance, because that's what it's going to benefit. It's going to benefit the most problematic homes, the most complicated homes, because they're the ones that are going to get bogged down in plan review. The houses that are super complicated, where the designer hasn't put a whole lot of time into them. That's the ones that take 3, 4, 5 months to get the permits, that skew all the data. And this would allow the engineer, the architect to self-certify and script the plan review process, and then the inspector's not going to be qualified to know to spot the deficiencies in the lateral force resistant system. So.
Was there, am I imagining, there used to be some sort of criteria of...
No, not one or two times. We've been 38 years.
Okay.
But now the question, if I may, they keep opening, they keep interrupting, and they keep opening questions, Mr. Chair. So I guess now I have one for Mr. Nossing, is that you're saying that the inspectors will not be able to catch the deficiencies. Who catches the deficiencies when Ms. Hellman or Mark or Wayne make a mistake? Who catches them now? They don't go out in the field and catch them.
Well, for one thing,
Inspectors do.
well, can I address that?
Questions to you.
Was it a question to me?
Yes. Through the chair, who corrects them now?
For one thing, they don't make that many mistakes. And I guarantee you, if they miss certain aspects of the lateral force resisting system, they're missed. The inspector ain't catching it. If their analysis is screwed up.
In your opinion, that's what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I could make one other response to Mr. Merchant's discussion, which is, well taken and well noted. There's lots of us have been talking to lots of people about this thing, and the other overriding concern is that mistakes are made, can be made, any of us can make mistakes, but if we take away a layer of review, we take away another chance to catch mistakes when we don't have the independent third-party municipal review happening. So, the reason there's comments going back and forth is because there are mistakes in the submittal, and so those need to be caught. Many design professionals have said, I'm glad you're looking at my stuff, because I don't want to be standing there in the field with a full construction crew standing around very expensively while we sort out one of my mistakes. That is the most cost-effective time to find it, is at plan review. And that's a big concern, is that when an error does get found in the field and the inspector brings it to the designer's attention, that if there's a dispute about interpretation of code or something, then plan review does need to get involved with it, and legal assures me that that is still and a duty that we have to do. And at that time, it's the most expensive time, it's slowing down the inspectors, keeps them from going to the next job that they may have. And it's a concern. The time to catch things is that plan time. In the field, it's so much more expensive.
Any other comments? Do we have other presenters from the floor?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Mr. Chair, my name's David Owens. I'm the owner of Owens Inspection Services. I'm a third-party private inspector. I work throughout the state of Alaska, in all areas of the state, sometimes in Anchorage. We do residential projects, we do commercial projects. I'm an ICC certified inspector and plans examiner. I hold 14 certs with the ICC. I'm here in support of this ordinance, although I can see that there's quite a few issues that need to be clarified. I see it specific to 1- and 2-family dwellings. I see land surveyors in here. I'm not sure that, a land surveyor would have the expertise to be able to stamp off on. Like Ross was saying, there's some structural things that have to be considered, and even in the 1- and 2-family dwelling, some structural considerations if the structure is complicated enough. So, in general, I'm in support of this. I think private enterprise can do a good job. I see it specific to engineers and architects. I wish they would have included private firms such as mine, but I don't see it here. But that's about all I had.
Question.
Mr. Michelson.
Can I ask a few, Mr. Chair?
Excuse me?
Can I ask a few questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Owens, well, I know who you are. I've known you for years. I knew you when you were inspector with the municipality of Anchorage. How many years ago was that, by the way?
I started with the municipality in 1983 as a plans examiner and building inspector.
You now do private plans, private plan review. And knowing you a little better than some in this board, I know you're doing a fairly large commercial inspection that you're inspecting in British Columbia and then seeing it out through the slope.
I have done that. Currently, I have one on the north slope. It was built here in Anchorage by BCI. I inspected it in the plant, and I inspected it in place on the slope.
The reason I'm leading into these questions, and you inspect Wasilla, Big Lake, Palmer, Eagle River, Chugiak, I don't know if you go as far as Girdwood, but
Yes.
do you find, and because you were an inspector in Anchorage during a very busy time in the 80s, do you find the quality of the work and the standard of the homes to be less than those in Anchorage because of municipal plan review versus your plan review?
I think that the city of Anchorage plan review and inspectors do a really good job. Are they perfect? No. There's going to be oversights on our side.
I guess the question, again, I asked it of Mr. Porter before too, he couldn't, I mean, are the houses going to fall apart, are they going to fall down? Are the occupants of the homes in danger?
In my opinion, the projects that I've worked on, no. I have had no failures that I'm aware of. There's always issues, flooring came loose or some sort of problems that come up that have to be worked through with the builder, but a lot of times we get involved in those and we don't want to be. It's more like a warranty item.
Talking about warranty, how long are you responsible? You sign on with the contractor. How long, if I signed on with you to do a plan review for a house in Eagle River, how long, if something did go wrong, would you take responsibility? Would you put some money in to fix it, or would it be solely my responsibility?
We're working on the 1- and 2-family dwelling program, which is the Alaska Housing Program. It's in Alaska statute, I quoted it before, 1856-300, so, you know, in that case, we're not really liable for the builder's work unless we knowingly do something wrong or intentional misconduct. So there's a clause in there, and that's one of the reasons I felt comfortable going into the business, because I had some assurances, just like the city does, that I'm not going to be personally responsible if something gets overlooked or if the builder doesn't do what was on the plans. So, does that answer your question?
I think so. That's it for me now, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Darnell?
Mr. Owens, what license do you hold?
In addition to my ICC certifications, I'm an Alaska licensed home inspector.
Would an Alaska licensed home inspector qualify as a design professional and responsible charge under the description in this ordinance?
No. For 1 and 2 family, I'm not sure that under state statute that is required for design as well. But a home inspector would know.
However, you're probably the most experienced in review, I understand. You're experienced in review of code compliance issues, code review, and would be reviewing the items specifically called out, what we're asking architects and engineers to do, correct?
Yeah. We would touch on the basics. We as plans examiners, do not, have all of the qualifications that a structural engineer would have or an architect would have. But we're looking for the big ticket items, the fire and life safety items, the things that are really going to carry the structure.
Mr. Chair, if I may actually tell Mr. Owens, on that, because I asked that question too, why land surveyors was in this ordinance. And land surveyors is in there, Mr. Owens, because they're part of the state of Alaska, and Mr. Bone, you can answer that, right? They're part of that architect, engineers, and land services. I think it's called the AEL board.
EELS, if you're referring to
number 1.
D1, that is the title of that board in its entirety, yes.
So that's why the land surveyors is there. I don't think you have to have the land surveyors do the plan review. I think it's just part of that board.
Correct. As I understand it, if they would do something like that, they'd be practicing outside their element, and they would be subject to other sanctions.
Because I asked the same question, I said, why are land surveyors? And I guess, and then I found out it's all part of this AELS. Sounds like a disease.
And I guess I'd just like to add one thing, if I may, here. If you are going to allow this or encourage this ordinance, have the person, the architect or engineer certify that it meets the codes and amendments of the city of Anchorage, because all of those things would need to be considered. And if they include a third-party independent group, the same thing would apply, that it meets the standards of this city and not necessarily the state.
Mr. Strady.
Would you be so kind as to describe what it takes to get the ICC certification for plan review? Does it require any continuing education, any other requirements for renewing it?
It's as Ross can tell you, it's not an easy test. You have to work pretty hard and know all of the aspects of the code. It works you over pretty good on the non-structural provisions of the code. There's different levels now of plan review. So just the basic plans examiner is one. And now there's one for electrical and mechanical and fire. So there's different levels of that as well in the ICC. And yes, there is continuing education every 3 years. I don't recall the credit hours, but at least a day and a half's education comes to mind for certification.
Judging by my read through this, it doesn't specify what level of certification is required. Would you be comfortable if you had either yourself or someone else with just the basic level of ICC certification reviewing architectural life safety and structural issues? Does it go in depth enough that they would be qualified?
I think it's our job to, if we see something that is outside of our expertise, to take it up, say that, we have a beam program here, and our particular program saying this beam is inadequate by 60%, and take that back to the design professional. We have tools that help us check things, but we're not architects or engineers. We're just saying to them, could you recheck your calculations here to see if it's adequate. The basic levels of training should in the ICC certification should help you get to that point.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferdine?
Just building on with Mr., pardon the pun, building on what Mr. Straight mentioned, sorry, the thing came in my mind. Trying to identify, you mentioned you have a whole bunch of ICC certifications. So you're saying that there is mechanical, electrical, fire, but then there's an overall plans reviewer?
There's a plan reviewer certification, and there's different levels of plan review certifications as well.
And that encompasses architectural and structural?
Non-structural plan review.
Non-structural.
Yeah.
And does the municipality of Anchorage, as part of the 1 and 2 residential, require a structural review?
Yeah, and in fact, that's where all the review comments are. There's very few fire life safety issues. It's, all your issues are structural, and the vast majority of the structural ones have to do with the lateral force resisting system, seismic and wind.
Is there an ICC certification for structural review?
I don't think there is.
I'm not sure. They teach you basic things, general code requirements that address those areas, but not specific certification.
I printed off a list of the certifications, and I didn't see a structural one on here, if you want to take a look at it.
Okay. The ordinance also describes, and I apologize for not asking Mr. Trombley was here, it just says a certification board such as the ICC, meaning that other certifications might be applicable to someone who could do this review. Are you familiar with other, back in '93 it was ICBO, and then there's FOCA and stuff like that. What other entities, in your opinion, would meet that, such as the ICC certification?
Well, 1 and 2 family, if you were to install a fire alarm system, for example, I suppose that you would need a certain certification to take care of that. Even though it's 1 and 2 family, if you put one of those in, same with the sprinkler system, if you decide to put one of those in, you need to be certified in those specific areas to sign off on that order. To commission it, I guess you could say.
Other questions from Mr. Holmes?
I just have a comment.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just wanted to understand this. You're a very qualified reviewer from your education and your certifications that you have, but you wouldn't qualify under this ordinance to perform those functions.
I'm not in here. I'd like to be, but I'm not in the...
I'm just trying to clarify, because it seems you're very professional at what you do.
I'm not here to, if there's going to be a lot of excessive insurance requirements, and, I'm not sure I could do it anyway, or if there's a lot of liability in taking on the review. I'm not sure my company can do it. I'm pretty small still. About a total of 4 employees, so we're pretty small.
Mr. Chair, the ordinance requires that the reviewer be a registered design professional, and Mr. Owens is not.
Registered design professional under the AELS order of registration.
A registered architect or engineer.
Correct. And he's probably the most educated in this particular field.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do that if they're qualified as an architect or engineer in 1 and 2 family, if they have that expertise, should be able to certify. And it kind of gets a little slippery when they did the design and they're certifying that it meets the standard. And, and especially if you take it a step further and they also become the builder. But it gets a little bit of a conflict of interest when we get to that point.
Any other questions from Mr. Holmes?
Thanks for hearing me out. Yep.
Anybody else wish to testify?
Well, I have a few points, if you don't mind. Kind of my last do here.
That's fine.
All right. My name is Bill Westbrook, and I'm a registered engineer. And I've been doing structural engineering since 1970. And in Anchorage, and been registered here since 1978. Done a lot of houses and a lot of everything in a amount of time. Just a point to be made here, I mean, most of this has been talked about at length here. Code review, as Ross said a few months ago, seems to revolve around, at this point, revolve around the structural issues. And those revolve around the lateral force resistance system when they're in an earthquake. The requirement for ICC review, I don't doubt the man's credentials here. I'm sure he's certified with the ICC forever. But the main point of getting a plan review through the city of East Winter family buildings at this point is the lateral force resisting system, and you can have ICC certs and still not know a thing about that. And so it's kind of one point. Another one is that under state law, if you have a stamp in this state under professional practice, you're already allowed to do code review. It's stated as part of professional practice in this state. It's in fact the city. It's in fact, unless you have a stamp with the city, you're only allowed to do code review as an exception to state law. And it's, I don't have it here. If you care to know about it under 08.48.331, number 13, as an employee, officer, or agent of a regulatory agency, blah, 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 state, community. Anyway, if you're an employee of the state or some other government agency, then you're allowed to do it. I was surprised to hear that the requirement for ICC certification to do plan review would seem to me to be a minimal thing if you don't have a stamp, if you're not shown to be qualified by education, experience, and licensing, that you don't even have to have ICC certification. Am I wrong about that? I think that Ross was the only one who worked for the city who's here who said he had ICC registration. So according to state law, it's the registered engineers and architects that have the qualifications to do plan review anywhere in the state, including the community, and don't really need an ordinance to allow for that. Now, I know you can't demand a permit on that, but to say you can't do it is wrong under state law. And you're allowed to do it for yourself, you're allowed to do it for others. There's no state regulation in that. So, I guess to close, I think that the requirement that a registered engineer or architect get an ICC certification to be able
do this is somewhat silly. Just my point.
Questions from Ms. Westbrook?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Feller?
So, Mr. Westbrook, you're a structural engineer. If you were reviewing plans under this ordinance, and you had to certify that the plans were code compliant, and let's say someone else had actually done the design, so the architectural and structural plans were each stamped by the designer, but you were acting as the reviewer, the design professional in responsible charge doing the review and the certification according to this ordinance. Would you feel comfortable certifying the structural and architectural plans, or would you just do structural?
Well, first of all, no, I don't think that's the way that the ordinance reads. As the engineer in responsible charge in this case, or well engineer, because that's what I am, then you can do code, but I don't read this to say that you can do it for anyone else. I think if you're responsible charge, then you can do this. So I don't see it as reviewing others' work here. It says it seems to be outlined for doing your own work. It seems to be a self-certification.
Well, I don't think the ordinance is clear on that, and I think that's one of the things that needs to be clarified.
Well, I think it is, honestly. I think it speaks to being
Page 2, line number 1, Bill.
Well, I think the way the ordinance is written right now, you could do it either way. You could have the person sealing the plans could also be the reviewer. Or you could have one professional sealing the plans and another professional doing the certification. It could work either way, the way the ordinance is written now.
But I don't think that's the way it reads right now. But that's up for debate at this point. But would I feel comfortable about, how about doing architectural? No, I would feel comfortable about doing strategy. And therefore, that's just me. I'm not saying I'm the only one there is, but I'm not sure there's many architects who should feel comfortable about reviewing infrastructural.
Mr. Porter stated that he would.
Okay, then that's fine. But I would not. I don't tend to know nothing about it. And fire and life safety to do that. All right, so if that's for one reason, at this point, I don't think I would be doing this.
Thank you.
I guess I like, on page 1, Mr. Chair, I know I'm actually saying page 1, it's the opening page, line 41, 23.10.104.7, design professional and responsible charge. And then it says, when it is required that documents be prepared by registered design professional. Building officials will be able to require the owner to engage.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
This language already exists in the admin code. Remember, when you're looking at an ordinance, then this language is included for context, and then new language is the underlying language. And then if you ever see anything in brackets, that's language taken out. So this is already in the code, and I believe, and Ross can jump in here, that the intent is, you know, when you do have a commercial building or something that by state law must be designed by a
Because that is
professional.
designed by a professional.
That's-
1 and 2 family dwelling is not.
Correct.
And that's where I guess, I don't know, I keep hearing the board, but
Okay, let me see if I can clarify that for you. So go to page 2 of 7,
2 is done, yeah.
starting on line 13.
13.
Says for residential single or 2-family permit applications submitted with design documents prepared under seal of a registered design professional. So when I read the ordinance, it requires,
Oh, my lines, I'm on page 2, 7.
Okay.
My line 13 starts off with observation is to occur.
I think we have two different versions, and we're starting with this on 16.
You know, like say it's 16.
That's an odd one.
Line 16, line
okay, I'm
7,
looking at
also
it.
by registered design professional.
What do you have on the date?
sense.
for-
And this one says 2012.6, so this is an older one.
Yeah, July 10th?
July 10th.
Right-hand corner. in the-
July 10. There you
Okay,
go.
well, it's section 2310-10471.
Yeah, that's on line 15, yeah.
Okay. Starts on line 12, but anyway, so read that, read the first sentence of that. That requires, under this ordinance, to me, the way I read it, this plans are sealed by a professional engineer.
But it's not required now,
I understand that.
yeah, and
Under this ordinance, it would be.
I don't think so, I don't see that. Let me say, optional residential single-family and two-family plan review by registered design professionals in responsible charge. For residential single-family, two-family plan submitted with design documents, fairly sealed, registered design professional. For that, I'll have a clause. Mr. Fellow, where are you seeing that they're saying it has to be done by that?
Okay, let me read this sentence. For residential single or two-family permit applications submitted with design documents prepared under seal of a registered design professional. So that's a requirement of the ordinance. That's-
No, keep reading. Then it goes on to say it's optional.
It starts with the word optional in the title.
That's
The
wrong.
option is to
You can have an
opt
architect.
for plan review or to not.
Yeah, then it goes on and talks about the options, but you have to meet that first requirement before you can exercise the options, the way I read it.
Correct, yeah. So if you don't want to exercise the option, it wouldn't have to be sealed.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to have plan review under this ordinance, the drawings would have to be signed by a registered design professional.
And
Who can't do that because they may not have drawn the prints.
Well, that's the one.
that's what prepared by means. Prepared by means doing the work.
The option is then, you can have the registered design professional do the review. It's not an option for anybody else to do,
Right.
other than the city.
Mr. Westbrook, are you in favor of these changes?
Yes, I am. Okay.
I was confused when you were talking about structural
Not
versus...
sure how I would do it, but I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Straight?
Just to make sure we're all on the same page, my understanding of this is, this allows you to do 1 and 2 family houses if you have a architectural and structural stamp. You can therefore have that same architect and that same structural review or write a letter saying it meets code and bypass plan review. Is that correct?
If I may, Mr. Chair, when Mr. Trombley pointed to me before, he said, Mr. Michelson can have a house drawn, and he could take it to an engineer or architect and have him review it in lieu of the municipality.
With all
I mean, he sat there and said that,
That's
you know,
not what is written in this ordinance.
But Mr. Trombley corrected me on that when I tried, saying that exact same thing.
Right.
And he said, no, it has to be prepared under that engineer or architect, and then that engineer or architect
Cannot review.
that's self-certified.
Right.
There's a whole self-certification discussion.
And again, to put it all in context, current code requires plans to be reviewed by a municipality. That's the current law. So this is to insert another, as Mr. Conley put it, option. And because it's, the municipality is, for the law to change, for the same protections to be put in place for the public, that the convention is that with the municipality reviewing the plans, it's an independent party that's not being paid by the builder to review the plans. It's an arm's length thing, it's independent, extra set of eyes. And with this option, that relationship is gone. The architect or engineer is most likely being paid by the builder. And so that's why the extra protections or standards are inserted, that it be a registered person, that they also have experience in code compliance, because not all structural engineers are code savvy. They may be doing something completely different that's not code savvy. So that's why the extra layers of protections and the insurance are inserted in here, for that, changing that relationship and allowing a person that's being paid by the builder to do design work and certifying work. It's a risk thing.
All due respect, if the state qualifies registered architects and engineers to be code compliant, it's part of the professional practice. So it's not up to the city to determine that. It's not up to ICC. It's up to the state, and the state has already made that determination.
And I don't dispute that at all. I understand and appreciate it, and I agree. I'm just putting in the context of the current law for plan review for building permit increase.
Mr. Nossinger.
So, we spoke to the state ALS about this, and one thing was very clear, that an architect or an engineer cannot seal work outside of their area of expertise, whether that work's required to be sealed or not. They can't put their seal on it. So that kind of begs the question is, all right, well, a civil engineer who's qualified to do structural engineering, is he also qualified to seal all the fire life safety aspects of this design? And likewise, is that architect his area of expertise is the fire life safety aspects of the building code, can he seal the structural aspects of this design? And I think that was pretty clear per state law. No, that architect's not qualified to seal the structural aspects of the design.
Mr. Michelson.
Mr. Chair, again, I believe the fire and life safety in a 1- and 2-family dwelling is egress windows and a front door, and 9 smoke detectors. So it's not real hard to be certified in that. I mean, pretty easy. Structural is another issue. Structural in some of these houses is, but when you start talking about fire life safety, I think you're starting to tread on the commercial sector, which is fire and life safety is very involved. It's very complex. 1- and 2-family dwelling, fire and life safety is not complex at all, sir.
Mr. Ferdine.
Sir, did you have the ALS regulations there with you? Is that what you were reading from?
Yeah, both the regs and the guidance manual.
Let me see the exemption page. There's a exemption in the ALS regs regarding this regulation doesn't apply to a person preparing drawings or specs. Building is intended to be used as a residence by not more than 4 families. 2 families. There's an exemption in the regulations that basically exempts anybody doing work on 1- and 2-family homes.
Correct.
So I kind of wonder if the statement that says state law requires the engineer to only stamp what they do on a single 1- and 2-family home, it's exempted out of the entire.
Two different things. You don't have to have a stamp in a 1- and 2-family home. You just state you don't have to have one up to a 4-plex with certain rule protections. Not more than 3-story, that type of thing. But if you do stamp, and then either you choose to or you're required to, you better stamp under things that you are qualified to stamp. You're not allowed to stamp things because you're not qualified to stamp.
I agree.
1- and 2-family houses do not need to stamp.
I agree with that under the ethics sections of the regulations that we are supposed to only stamp what we do. But having been on the ALS board for 8 years and seeing kind of some of the ways people pick apart those regulations, I could see someone saying, technically, this whole project is exempted because it's a 1- and 2-family home. Therefore, the ethic requirements. I'm just seeing how this can play out at the AELS level of someone taking that exemption and going,
Well, I
it doesn't apply in this situation.
see your expertise in that, but in this regard, this position qualified states if it's going to dominate the road of not going to the building safety for review, then you will have it stamped, and the guy who stamped it will do the review. And so,
Mr. Fradine?
yeah, pretty clear.
You're an engineer, right? No, you are. Actually, I should ask, well, so you can do this under this? You can do plan review. So, just out of curiosity, if you, and I'm asking this, I don't know, out of curiosity, but if you're an engineer and then you want to start a business like Mr. Owens, because you're slow or...
I wish.
Well, I mean, but you could, so you can start a business being an inspector. So you're saying, because you're part of this AEL, whatever it is, yeah, that, so you couldn't do it?
Do this review?
Yeah. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would say it would go back to your ethics. I would say as on my ethics, and most people who are licensed would say the exact same thing as what you're saying, is that we have those guidelines that say we only
But
stand
under the
what we
state
would
law,
do.
you can do code review.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to do it.
Code review is part of professional practice, so is inspection.
So is the municipality engineers allowed to do code review?
Only has an exception to state law, and that's where this is. Yes, the code, it's the same.
Oh, my contract get more confused.
The reason being on that is the definition of the practice of engineering and the practice of architecture includes design and review. That is under the definition. Once you cross under practice of engineering, you are then up to being, having your hand slapped by the AELS board unless you are a licensed architect or engineer. And the reason why the exemption is there is you don't have to be a PE to be a plan reviewer as long as you are, that's why that exemption is there. Is you
Well,
can do
you
that.
say, you can't be a plan reviewer anywhere else. You can't do it, you can't set up yourself in town as a plan reviewer.
We can, actually, under state law. Under two-family dwelling.
But for other things that require a stamp, you can't. That's true. Things that require a stamp, you have to have a stamp. Except when you're going to say, and they exempt certain things. Among those are plan review and inspection. But you can't, as I say, city plan reviewer, you may review high-rise buildings, but you can't set up yourself as a private plan reviewer and do that.
Mr. Nossinger.
Because the ordinance is written kind of wide open, any design professional, we specifically contacted the state, was named Vernon, and asked him that, and he said that specifically, even though a seal is not required, you cannot seal outside your area of expertise.
That was John Savage?
No, it wasn't Savage, it was Vernon Richards, or, who's the executive?
Vern.
Yeah.
Yep.
Other questions from Mr. Westbrook? Other presenters?
Mr. Chair, we have a 5-minute impression of the jail, it's like long-winded.
Promise to keep it under 4 hours.
If not, I'm going to keep myself.
Take a break, too? Here's the stretch? Let's take 5 and,
What are you doing, dude?
start our, Thanks, Bill.
Did you grab
You're just cruising tonight here, aren't you? Well, I'll keep jacking off with man. It's nice to be the chair. I don't get to make, I'm not even allowed to make decisions in the park. At 6. You don't feel done. You don't show me.
Not because of this, it gets fast, I'm just gonna tell us because I'm
strip them out.
You know, a lot of these, I still got to result. I understand.
You still got to work with them like, but then there's like 20 or 30 that.
No, I mean, it's just strictly residential, but I'm saying that I can have some lot of picture for, and I'm gonna have three dedicated circles. I gotta have a standard drawing.
Not only 5 people, it really got it.
There's so many, I do that. It's only a few. Yeah, and it's just, it's a $5,000 problem, now I'm like 6,000, I'm no longer.
It's one of these speaks to that, summits.
It's always been, we're talking about. Consider if I would, because they get a better deal than me.
But nonetheless, I give it. Then after like I did trying peaks in the west. Basically, the lake. I went through it.
Mine's a lot of money.
Because I didn't apply that. It doesn't apply expo when it can't take me.
That's a lot of rules there. Just doing flight skiing or. Yeah, I was does like a flyer.
We were talking about
That's a lot of wood paint.
see, the guys that have to be, I've had my fun. Never catch up. That's, then we got an extra rounding issue. And then all you're doing, I would get a lot of tips.
Yeah, Teresa got her master's. She had a behavioral studies or something like that. Inspector Ash, she works at Phoenix. And the bears are starting. So it's just an inspection. It was up here.
Oh, yeah, I would love it. It's like myself and vision plan.
Yeah, but for a long time.
I was just down the road for school.
That's cheap money, man.
That's cheap. I got you guys out.
So Victor's always in the airport.
In last years, he's here, but you came out of California in September. In California, and
On the same board?
I should just do it from someplace. Leave it up there and start playing. You've seen what it's going to be.
That's just start designing something, that's all I'm gonna ask.
My wife's not.
Social worker, she, goes around.
It's my caffeine-free Diet Coke.
I guess I am sympathetic with that works for the hospital. His house is on, you know, the things are 2,500 square blocks. Stuff works. He thought his room, this isn't going to, should they call or someone, you should do I see. And so is he just customers that they want $5 grand to get rid of a phone store?
I would like to take a good idea.
And I know more here, I'm saying it's probably not a bad thing. It's capable of functioning.
I don't know how much it'll change.
Yeah, the way through that, no, it's pretty clear. It's only like designed it.
Of course, it's lost revenue from you guys. I don't think it's true. It was tough. Yeah, I mean, you're going to use it. Yeah, maybe. It's cost effective.
How long for the plan of years? They tell me 5, so they're really coming. And I was like,
I can't see it.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking, first I didn't like it. See, and then it's, I think
he says $7,000. I go to the city, I'm sure that something. 3 weeks.
it's unusual. It's start. See what.
He says he can crack it out. I mean, that's about how much draw and engineered in 5 days. So he goes, I do engineering because those areas.
The customer's willing to spend the money, then I see that's what I see. She likes her position up there, but it's not as much responsibility. It's a lot of time off. Most of she says she does appeal. She's a people.
My code only need one.
This is all we talk about. Mr. Fair, he went back to order. He's still teaching. In Singapore? Okay. It doesn't go to any scheme or
Architectural part structure. Or same thing.
Mr. Hayes, that's because they do special. It's on him. So all the assemblies are glued together.
Yeah, here in Anchorage, everything, anything other than single family duplexes.
That's why I saw.
Yeah, so if you take a triplex, you can do it over different outside of but if you did a townhouse, you know, side by side.
He stayed, Mrs. Hayes, still some shop, 7 units or whatever. There's 2 more.
I think he's called me.
So are you ready?
Thanks, Rob.
Mrs. Michelson had his breaks and ready for your sermon. Your sermon?
Good starting point for my team, that's for sure.
Would you please introduce yourself for the record?
My name is King of the Notice to Proceed. My name is Bill Taylor. I own Colony Builders. I've been building in Anchorage for over 30 years. And there's been a lot of discussion tonight. I think I'm going to try to bring the KISS principle back to this because it's gotten fairly twisted and a little convoluted. But the vision of this ordinance is it's to simply give the bulk of the work that's done in this town, which is done by designers. And I'm not sure what the percentage is, but it's a very high percentage. Very few architects per se do house design. Most architects, with Clay being the exception, do commercial work. So what the vision of this ordinance is just to simply take what is happening currently in Anchorage and the permits that are being permitted through the MOA, which is done mostly by designers, and a lot of those designers do structural calculations. And then the city plan reviewers review those calculations. So what we're trying to do with this ordinance is, like Adam Trombley says, we're trying to give the builder an option to hire a professional engineer to do structural calculations and have them stamp the structural calculations in order to bypass plan review. You'll still go through zoning, you'll still go through stormwater discharge review, and still, that's the only element that is removed. So we want to try to give the builder an option to go to a designer, design a set of prints, hire a structural engineer to stamp those prints, and have that bypass MOA plan review. That's all this ordinance is trying to attempt. We're trying to deal with the practicalities that exist in the marketplace that we have right now, and what the city will recognize as the bulk of the work that they permit. So I want to talk about that and have some question and answers, because I think the ordinance needs some clarification. There are some technicalities that need, some loops that need to be closed. And what we would like to see as the Home Builders Association is an opportunity for the board to say, yes, this is reasonable. Yes, this is reasonable with these conditions, because, you know, you have to kind of dish the ordinance up to the community and get the feedback, and that's the process that we're going through right now. So I think what I would like the board to do is to say, you know, this is a reasonable option for builders in the marketplace, and some engineers that would be interested in doing residential work, the 1 and 2 family work, which is what the ordinance limits this to. And it gives you the opportunity to not lower any standards. We're not trying to, you know, reduce the amount of scrutiny and the amount of review that goes into a building. All we're trying to do is to expedite the process. And I think, you know, with some corrections and some clarifications, this ordinance does that. And that, in a nutshell, is all we're trying to do. So I would like to, you know, have an opportunity to have back and forth with the board and ask some more questions that haven't, I mean, we've covered a lot of territory. So if you have any further questions, I'd like to hear from you at this point.
Do you have other points, other than what the board has brought forth, that you think need clarification?
Well, I do. I think that, you know, this ordinance has kind of been characterized as the China syndrome by the city. And it's really not. To me, as a builder, most of my life, other than building houses, is trying to manage risk. I mean, building and contracting is a very risky business. So I kind of equate that to what we're trying to do here. I see this as a very, very low-risk option for builders. And the reason I see it that way is that the city, to their credit, has raised the standard of engineering excellence in this town to a bar that we can now say, this is a reasonable option. And what are the risks? You know, the risks are that somebody may abuse the system, but remember, we've got a licensed professional with his name and reputation on the line. You know, the engineers and the architects here on the board, you're not going to sacrifice that. I mean, you went to school for how long, you had an apprenticeship, you had to, you had to be certified by the state. There's a lot at stake there. And it's actually a higher standard than what we have now. So, you have to keep that in perspective. It's important that we are adding a level of professional judgment that we don't have right now with a guy, an engineer, that has skin in the game now. Typically it's the builder, it's the last person in line. The buck stops with us. But now we're adding another buck. That licensed professional, should he decide to do this work, will be able to go through the ICC certification process and then do this work if a builder hires him. So I really think that's important to bear in mind.
Excuse me, but I don't think you really answered my question. Are there things in here that we brought up today that need to be addressed that you've seen?
Oh, God.
Any suggestions?
Any other suggestions, or, here's a flag that you haven't discussed yet?
No, I think most of the flags have been raised. I mean, to your credit. When you try to put something like this together, there are going to be, loopholes and soft spots. And I think that Mr. Trombley is more than willing to tighten it up so that it is, more readable, it has more clarity, and it's functional. I think he's really interested in that. All of the technical issues, I think, are easily clarified. I think the insurance, my personal opinion is that it should be up to the owner to require E&O insurance of the architect or engineer if he deems that necessary. It should be, in my opinion, an option because, again, it's all about managing risk for a builder or somebody hiring an architect or an engineer.
Other questions for Mr. Taylor? Mr. Feller?
So, you described the vision of the ordinance as being a designer does the calculations, design, and creates the drawings, and then an engineer reviews those drawings and certifies them. And so in that scenario, the designer is doing the initial design and the engineer is the second set of eyes. The way it works now with the municipality is the designer does the design and the muni inspector, the muni reviewers are the second set of eyes. So I think that those are two comparable levels of review. Unfortunately, that's not the way the ordinance is written. The way the ordinance is written is that engineer has to sign the drawings. And in my opinion, that's a violation of state law because you can't sign drawings unless they're prepared under your direct supervision. And that is a real problem. Do you have ideas on how to solve that?
Well, I mean, my guess is, and I think it's a reasonable guess, and again, the vision is, how is this all going to take place in the marketplace? And typically, the way it'll eventually gel is the engineer and the designer will form a relationship. So that the designer, if he wants to do the calculations, he will do it under the supervision of the engineer through that relationship. Now, not all designers do calculations. So in that case, the engineer would do the calculations for the designer and the designer would put those calcs on the plans. But I think, the key element in avoiding any violation of state law is you have to have that relationship where it is a peer review and it is under their direct supervision.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Michelson.
Can I address a question to Mr. Feller? Mr. Feller, do you think the wording could say something like, or do you think the scenario could be something like have a designer draw the plans and possibly take and do the calculations, and then take those calculations to a structural engineer for assurance of the calculation, and then have someone like Mr. Owens, which is ICC certified plan review, do the plan review with stamps and calculations.
I mean, I think something like that would be workable, because you're having a second set of independent eyes reviewing the plans. And I think that's comparable to what exists now.
Yeah, I think the intent is just exactly that. And some of the languages may be slightly awkward, like you say, but I think that's how this is going to come together in practical terms. The structural engineer is going to take a set of prints, with or without calculations, and stamp it under his direct review and supervision so that it can meet the requirements of the ordinance.
Mr. Ferdine? I just have a clarification. My ignorance on residential permit review. Are the calculations that are submitted to the muni for review, for structural review, those are not stamped by engineers?
Typically not, they don't have to be. I mean, if an engineer does them, they'll probably stamp them, but in a lot of cases, designers do them. And sometimes the designer will do gravity, and they'll have an engineer do lateral, because lateral's a lot more complicated, you know, it's all over the charts.
Mr. Street?
The kind of situation described of having a designer do the work and then an engineer act as a third-party reviewer, that seems a lot more in line with what the current situation is than this, where you have a designer who designs the work and then certifies it. In that case, there really is no additional review. Is that understand correct? And do you consider that to be an adequate replacement for a third-party review from the city?
I'm not sure I really know, I don't think so, but could you restate that? And I'll try to walk you through it.
Well, as it's written now, if you want to use this process, you hire a structural engineer to design the structure, and then they certify that it meets code, and you bypass plan review.
Not quite. And again, you know, the intent was, the vision, if you want to call it, is because most of the houses in town are designed by designers. You know, they don't have any professional certification. So what we wanted to do is to take that designer, that group, that universe of people that do the bulk of the residential work in this town, and add an engineer. So the engineer can certify that the structural calculations, if they were done by the designer, you know, meet all of the wind and seismic requirements of the code. And if the designer did not do calculations, that structural engineer could provide that service. And that service then would bypass, being stamped, that service would bypass plan review. But I don't think the intent or the idea is to take the engineer and have them design the house. That is not what the ordinance is trying to accomplish.
Mr. Bowman.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Mr. Taylor, I think there's a big discrepancy of how this was written and what the intent may have been. this proposed ordinance doesn't discuss designers at all. It doesn't say anybody can draw a house up and then take it to an engineer and have him do structural calcs and then to certify that the code is compliant and off to the races. It doesn't say that. It says somebody who holds a license, a design professional that holds a license, an architect or an engineer, designs the house, and then it's reviewed by an independent third party who also holds a license, is what it says, is the way I understand it. I could be wrong, but that's the way I understand it. If the intent is that anybody, including, anybody who hangs a shingle and says, I'm a designer, can draw this house up, and then go to somebody and have the structural calcs done, and not only that, but then make sure that it complies with fire and anything else that it's supposed to comply with. I think you're a long ways away from where your intent is and what this thing actually says.
Yeah, I see the point, and I think the ordinance assumes maybe incorrectly that, the designer is inherent in the process, because that's what exists now. Typically, the designer will design the house, do the calcs, submit it to the city for review, and then it goes through its review process. And what we're attempting to do is, not upset what exists now, but just add that layer with the registered design professional and responsible charge. All we're trying to do is bring somebody else into the picture that will oversee the designer and certify that the calculations meet code. That's the structural, wind and seismic provisions and gravity, as Ross says. The architectural element in a set of prints, you might get one or two comments on architectural. You have glazing, ingress, stair geometry, a few things like that. It's pretty basic. So we want to make sure that the structural engineer is invited to the party, that he brings his professional judgment, and he stamps a set of prints that he has reviewed. And that's the intent. I mean, it's, obviously we have some areas that need work, right? That really is what the essence of what we're trying to do.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Rubin?
I mean, we're going to beat the dead horse, but what you want, or the intent, contradicts what this says, quite a bit. There's no third party, because it says that they're prepared under seal of a registered design professional. And so there is no third party, and that's lines 18 under 2.10.104.7.1, the main change in here. And so, your guys' intent is not being met by this. It's actually going above and beyond what your intent is. It's going to make it really difficult to do what you want to do.
Mr. Chair, if I may join in this conversation. As Mr. Tittle was talking, I was reading my page, opening page, starting line 41, 23.10.104.7, and then design professional and responsible charge. And when I turn the page, and then I read this, the registered design professional and reasonable charge, I was starting on line 5. Charge shall be responsible for reviewing and coordinating submittal documents prepared by others, including phased and deferred submittal items for compatibility with the design of the building. So when I read that, it tells me that that's the plans, or that's the documents. drawn by others. Can I finish, please, before you cut in again? Thank you. And then I read the next line on page 10, it says, and I think I'm trying to clear this up for it, but I was, as you guys were talking, I was reading this, and it says, where structural observation is required by the building code, the inspection firm shall name the individual firms who are to perform structural observations and describe the stages of construction at which structural observations occur. And then I think the next line that I've been getting hung up on, 23.1.4.7.1, I think that's an option to the above, is it not?
Well, Mr. Michelson, remember that this top section up through line 14 on your page there is existing language. There's not anything new proposed here. That's not underlying practice.
And
Okay.
do you want to speak to what that normally, how that normally reflected?
Do I need to? I mean, what I see going on here is Mr. Trombley and HBA need to get together and write this thing the way we want it written, to suit everybody's objective and bring it back to the board so that they have something clear and concise to actually.
Well, true, but what I was going to say is that the on line 5, or the paragraph that begins with the registered design professional responsible for reviewing according to the middle document prepared for others, that's normally things like dress drawings done by dress manufacturers, other design items might be, what else would be in that category?
Yeah, those different submittals are vast majority of time they're structural items that are not designed by the structural engineer of record at the time of design, like roof trusses.
When it comes in.
Great walls.
Make sure that that coordinates with, the premise that he designed the building on. And then the structural observation by building code, that's talking about special inspection. When you require, special inspections are required, that the program submitted names who is going to perform the observation and describe the stage of construction. And that can be the engineer of record, or it can be a structural special inspector that's, in the program. That's what that's speaking of.
Mr. Straight.
Again, I want to go back to make sure we're all on the same page. The way this is written now, for residential, single-family, two-family permit applications, under a seal of a design professional, so they have to be stamped by a design professional. It goes on to say, be registered by a design professional to accept it, so on and so forth, can accept responsibility for plan review. So the way it's written, you have to hire someone to design your house and stamp it. And then that same person can then accept responsibility for the design. There is no third-party review anywhere in here. There is no really equivalent to what the muni does as far as a second set of eyes required.
Well, I think, the semantics are kind of muddying up the water here.
This is law. Semantics are what we have to live by.
Well, I know, and what we're looking for from the board is, I think that if you agree with the concept and you understand the vision, and you realize that the ordinance as it's written needs some clarification, then we would appreciate support for the ordinance. If you get the basic concept, and it's extremely hard to write. It goes through the process. This is the process, and I think Mr. Conley has, seen that there's several different areas that need clarifying. Excuse me. So what the homeowners would like to see, and Mr. Conley has some support from the building board, with the understanding, and you can word it however you want to in the letter, that you support it with conditions, and those conditions are, X, Y, and Z.
Mr. Gray.
I think if you're asking, if you're asking the board to recommend how it should be worded, we are writing the proposed changes?
Well, I think you're reacting to the way it's written because, this is you're the first step along the way. And this has all been super good feedback that we need in order to modify the ordinance to make it, road ready or whatever you want to call it. So, I don't think I'm implying that you rewrite the ordinance. I think you can just say, these areas need clarification. And like Ms. O'Donnell said, designer is not mentioned in here. And I think that's a key element that needs to be a part of the language to help understand it.
Mr. Street?
So I guess the question we should then put to ourselves, put to the board, let's take a step back and ignore this. How do we feel about the idea of single-family and single and two-family residents being able to have as I understand your intent, have a third-party review by a licensed engineer and thus bypass city plan review? How do we feel about that as a concept? We can come back and go in circles about this law, which doesn't provide that at this time, but as a concept.
I think that's a question you ought to wait until public testimony is closed.
I concur with that.
Well, does anybody have any other questions about the concept and the intent and how we would like this to fall together?
Mr. Ferdinand.
Are you speaking as a representative for HBA that wrote this?
Yes.
Okay.
HBA didn't write this.
This letter here. Okay. One thing that this board has very limited power in reality. If Mr. Trombley is working with you in development of this ordinance, I understand that this is being voted on the 21st, is what he mentioned, which means it has been most likely submitted earlier than it got to us for discussion purposes. I personally would have concerns that whatever this board said could come out as, we're in favor of it with these modifications. Well, we have no idea what's going to get amended or voted on the night of the 21st. We most likely will not see this again until it is the night of the voting. The last time we had an ordinance come in front of us, the night of the voting, came out a completely different version on the last night that we needed to see. So I personally have some hesitation. This second time around, moving so fast on something like this, I guess what I'm getting at is you guys are working with Mr. Trombley on this ordinance, and I believe everybody in here, including yourselves, sounds like this needs to kind of step back, have a little bit of rework before it goes to a vote in front of the assembly.
Correct.
That's, I guess what I'm getting at is I think everybody, and I'm sure the other assembly members, would appreciate having some time to get the correct version that they can review and pick up some of these issues rather than trying to amend it that night.
Well, that's what the work session is for. We'll take the feedback from the building board, clarify the language, present it to the assembly work session, work through their concerns and issues, and then if it's in a form that can be passed at that point, they can vote on it. But I think your input is important for the assembly to understand, as a board, how you feel about the idea, if you want to call it that, of an engineer working with a designer to stamp it and bypass plan review. And I think that's really, Paul, and I'm sure you agree with me, I think that's what we want from the board. is to look at it, an up or down. I agree with it in principle, with these concerns or these exceptions, however you want to phrase it. And I wouldn't just kind of throw in the towel on this and say, it requires too many clarifications, too many modifications. What I would like to see you say is, this is reasonable and we support it.
Mr. Chairman, as I hear talk, and I'm not going to speak it out now, but I have a motion that may put an end to it. So as soon as you close public testimony, I'd like to throw it out.
Mr. Chairman, before you close public testimony while Bill's still here, the work session is for staff to present to the Assembly, and we are not supporting the ordinance for a myriad of reasons. We didn't get into all the details this evening because it would take a considerable amount of time, but quite frankly, some of the comments and suggestions that came forward from some of the board members, that maybe they should regroup, restructure the ordinance, and have a final product out there, so we're all speaking from the same page. But fundamentally, we do not support the ordinance.
Well, we realize that, and, it kind of breaks a little bit of the monopoly that the city has on plan review. But again, broken record, it has merit. We're adding that extra layer that doesn't exist now. The public is protected by an architect or an engineer with their stamp. That carries a lot of weight. And will there be some abuses? I mean, there's only a small universe of people that are even qualified to do this work. Maybe a half a dozen engineers that have the experience. But those engineers that do have the experience are going to, do a good job, and we're going to get a good final product out of this. And I know the city has a lot of pride in the work that they do, and I understand that, but a lot of engineers are very capable, and they have the liability once they put their stamp on that drawing or those plans.
Mr. Michelson, you didn't have a chance to finish your question?
No, I'm okay until you close testimony, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from Mr. Taylor? Hearing none, I thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have items you'd like to bring forward?
I just have a brief comment, if I can do it from here. I'm Cody Lee, I am current president of the AHPA, and we do support this. And we have talked extensively with Adam Tromley about this, and it has went before the city attorney and also the assembly attorney, and this is the language they have came back, and I believe Adam Tromley has relayed that to the attorneys correctly. And so as we sit here and pick this apart and try to wordsmith it, I don't know that we're that qualified to do that, and that would be my comment on it. Thank
you. Comments from staff?
Want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things. First of all, just to clear up along the earlier question that was raised. And this is the email trail that talks about ISO ratings, and the question whether or not they're ISO rating to have one or not, for residential, maybe capacity. In regards to the ordinance being reviewed by the city attorney, the process generally is Mr. Trombley instructs the Assembly's counsel, Julie Tucker, that he wants to write an ordinance, and works with her to start the first draft. Then Ms. Tucker sent us the draft, or sent it to Ms. Wheeler and to us, the administration attorney, and to staff. So We asked for Mr. Trombley to come and meet with us and kind of talk things through, but he elected not to do that. So everything went through the attorneys back and forth. The final comments of the municipal attorney were sent to Mr. Trombley and were not necessarily reflected in what's in front of you. Mr. Trombley has the option to present his ordinance how he wants to present it, and at a certain point, he says, that's it, this is what I'm taking forward, works with his counsel, and then submits it. So that's the process. So just to be clear on that. Just some other general information. You have the HBA, you should all have the HBA letter that we received this week, so you can consider that for discussion. We also have the previous concerns document that we presented at the last meeting, on which the HBA letter is modeled after. One of the things that I wanted to, in our response, we do have, I'm not going to read through or go through it again. It's there for you to observe. Our main concerns are that this will remove a level of independent, impartial review that we think is very important to the integrity of the constructed product, just on the basis of separate eyes, not associated with the project, that are reviewing the project. We think that's very important to the process. We also are concerned about the potential for abuse. I mean, yes, hopefully would be rare, but it could happen. And we're also concerned about pushing design problems to the field level, and also an area of just, setting up a opportunity for dispute, especially when the engineer of record has interpreted the code one way, then the inspector, through their experience, knows that the department has always interpreted another way, and then we get into the dispute process, and that'll have to play out. And there is that process, and it can play out that way, but it will delay things at the expense of time of when the hole's open, house half framed, whatever's going on. Finally, just to let you know a little bit more about the other jurisdictions that we've checked with. You have the information on Springfield and Wichita. They are relatively, they said they've been doing it without plan review for a long time, and it's working for them. They're not a seismically active region, as you know. They don't have the same concerns that we do in terms of design parameters and so on. So that needs to be taken into consideration. I spoke to the building official in Seattle. He said, no, they do not have such a program. They would definitely not believe that would be in their best interest, and they don't agree with that process. Phoenix does have a program. I did not have a chance to check on whether or not they have an ISO rating. My belief is they don't, from what I've shown you from the ISO itself and their way of rating firms. They do have a program. They've had it in effect since 2010. They do approximately 30,000 permits a year, and they've had 120 projects submitted under their program. So it hasn't seen a lot of use. Of those, they've audited 28 in their most recent audit, which was in mid-June. Of those, 7 failed the audit in terms of having errors and omissions that were serious non-code compliance. So that's 25% of the projects they looked at had serious errors. Arlington, Texas, it was another one that Mr. Trombley originally had looked at. Yes. And we talked to them, and frankly, when I went online and looked at their program and the way it was all set up, it was an older posting on their website, and they said, I called them up, I said, how's this working? And they said, we discontinued it. We had too many errors and omissions. We found, when we did our audits, we found too many, and we discontinued it. Pima County also had I thought, fairly workable ordinance in terms of simplicity and our process that, if we were going to have it, it was a fairly workable one. They discontinued it for the lack of interest by the A&Es. They had only one architect that became certified under the program, and he opted not to do it because it was a decision of appreciating the second set of eyes, having mistakes found before they got to the field level. And one other item to bring to your attention, there's the Meeker School, Meeker, Colorado. School was closed. Brand new school, $18 million. I can give you the link on it. Closed the first year. Walls began to lean when they were doing some exterior landscaping and backfilling as they got into it. This was done under...
Mr. Chair, that's a commercial building, not a single 1- and 2-family dwelling, irrelevant in this whole situation.
This was determined that there was a design error, that it was designed to a shed code and not, it was designed to the structural requirements for a shed. And that was an error that would have been caught had it gone through, or very likely would have been caught, had it gone through an independent AHJ review. So AHJ learning having jurisdiction.
So that particular one did not go through?
Did not.
Spent $18 million on a school and didn't engineer it?
It was engineered and engineered in the state.
That's a school district.
So these are the reasons that we urge caution, extreme caution in changing the status quo or in rearranging this. If there's an intent, if it comes down to what standard of care does the municipality want to hold themselves to. Do they want to have an ISO rating? For 20 years, previous administrations felt that was important to the community and went through the process and were instructed to work within that process. If the administration and the governing bodies determine that's no longer important, well, that's a choice they can make, and then we'll adjust our programs accordingly. It depends what standard of care we want to hold to. Do we want to have that independent review? Do we feel that's important? Do we feel that we're okay relaxing that and substituting a different process for it? That's what it's going to come down to. What standard do we really want to have?
Question.
Mr. Michelson.
Ms. Walsh, you heard Mr. Owens, who used to work for you, not you, but your department. Do you think your level of inspection and plan view is so much more superior than his?
Yeah.
No, I asked her the question.
It's clear, from what I hear from Mr. Owens, it's clear that he's quite competent in what he does. Does he design homes? It doesn't sound that he does offer design work.
One more question. You brought up the project in Colorado, $18 million school that collapsed. And I'd like to see the whole history of it. I can't believe an engineer of record wasn't hired to design it right from the beginning. So have you checked in further? Was there an acceptance of liability on that, or is?
I can't, the courts are still dealing with this one, the lawsuits are all happening. I can certainly get copies of that. You can also go online and do a search on Meeker, Colorado School. And
what is it, Meeker?
Meeker, M-E-E-K-E-R. And there's several Denver Post articles that are chronicling what's going on.
That was a design build where the engineer worked for the contractor.
And lastly, you'll notice in the list of concerns that I had summed it up with facts and figures. And I referenced a study on the value of building control. It was in the UK, it's 2012, published January 2012. It was conducted by the Litchgate Constructive Research for Building Businesses. It's a research firm. I can send you the link to that study. I do have the full study here for where those factors come from. It's quite extensive. They went into several of the questions. 500 and something different building professionals, including small builders. So if you would like,
Could you have Ken make copies of that? We can pick them up at our leisure.
I sure can.
Appreciate that.
Is Meeker School in Greeley?
It said it was in Meeker, Colorado.
But really, that's a building department, isn't it?
It said it was in Meeker, Colorado.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Nossinger.
What became evident to me when Mr., what's his name, Owens was discussing the level of inspection and plan review he does, he's looking for the fire life safety issues. He's not doing like an engineering review of the lateral force resisting system. And he's got a beam program where he can check beam and column sizes. So he's looking at basic gravity. And that's not really where we will find the problems. We find the problems with the lateral force resisting system when we do our plan reviews. So there's a substantial difference in the level of reviews being done.
Question?
Ms. Mickelson.
So, Mr. Ross, Mr. Nossing, since you brought it up, do you feel there's no one in Anchorage that's qualified to do what you guys do?
No, there's lots of people qualified to do what we do.
So that level, if they entered into this program, their level of expertise and knowledge would more than suffice, in your opinion, to do this?
Well, in my opinion, the issue is independent third-party review is what's important. And our plan reviews, all they do is do code reviews. You know, they're not bogged down with the other details that designers have to deal with.
And to say independent, we define that as not having a contractual relationship or fiduciary relationship with the builder who's planning to review.
But as soon as we pay you, we do have a contractual agreement.
You pay a fee.
I don't want to argue with Michelle, I'm just giving you shit.
Well, I'm not sure this is a proper forum to give each other that kind of grief.
Mr. Merchant.
The way I understood it, Mr. Owens wasn't the person that anybody would be hiring for doing the structural review, because he wasn't a structural engineer. I understood that he is just an inspector, like a home inspector, like somebody like Gary Heil or Bob Godowski, somebody that'll actually go out there and inspect. Of course, that's mechanical plumbing. But he is not a structural engineer. The structural engineer is someone that has a stamp that would be taking the place of the same thing you guys are doing, which would be that second set of eyes to look at it. That's how I looked at it. I don't know how Mr. Owens was coming in the conversation and why that was coming up.
But I think the distinction is it's in these houses that are getting built outside the Amarillo Building Safety Service area aren't undergoing a third-party structural review of the lateral force resisting system.
Right, but that doesn't have nothing to do with Mr. Owens, though, does it?
Well, he wanted...
I was asking a comparison, Mr. Merchant.
Comparison to what we do compared to what he does. What's done within the Building Safety Service area to outside the Building Safety Service area.
Okay. Thanks.
If I may, does staff have a problem with a designer designing and then certifying his own work versus somebody designing and going through a second review, or are both those considered a problem?
Well, this came up about a year ago in a separate way, that there was a proposal that there be third-party review, a list of third-party reviewers that a builder could choose from to speed things up. Could come to the city saying, okay, you have the option of putting it through our plan review or take somebody off this list and submit your plans to them and they'll review it. And the same problem with that. Technically, that is through the municipality's control, but when the builder has a chance to choose who's on that list, after a while, the more lenient reviewers are going to be chosen all of the time. And also to clarify and remind people, we actually do have a two third-party review contracts on file now to take our overload. And last week we did send a set of commercial drawings out to the first one, which is Reed Middleton. And the idea there is that we have something that's going to suck up a lot of our time. We've been starting to funnel those types of projects when we're real busy to Reed Middleton, so that our people can concentrate on the more day-to-day stuff. Like what, if we get too many residentials in, then some of our commercial guys can, drop back and help with that backlog. So that is in place now, and we are using it. Our second contract is with Boulder Associates, and they're generally, we'll be using them for geotechnical type issues. maybe some piling type things. Also, we can also use any of these contracts for dispute resolution. If we feel like we want to get a second opinion, on something, then we can use them for that. But just so you know, that is in process, we are using it.
It really is a problem for the home builders on a fairly tightly constrained budget and the short construction season to be able to expect to get plans turned around in an expedited way. And we acknowledge that, we recognize that for sure. We talked about making different changes at the counter to give them a more streamlined direct access to the process over the general public, because the general public ties up a lot of the time of the staff. But additionally, we proposed the administration for an additional plan reviewer to help expedite procurements around the code.
Wait, that would be our recommendation. Mr. Street?
I just want to make a comment. You brought up several cases of municipalities or places that do not do third-party plan review, and they've done checks and found that things are not in compliance. Just kind of also as comparison, everywhere else in Alaska, as you know, doesn't require any review at all. You can still build whatever you want outside of Anchorage, a few of other municipalities. On the flip side, there's been examples, even here in town, of projects that have gone through the Corps of Engineers, whose review process makes you guys look like a walk in the park. And even then, at the end of the day, the roof was sagging. So third-party review is not the end-all, be-all, solve everything, but on the same side, it is important to make sure you have, that you catch them. If you're by yourself looking at something all day, you're going to really look at things every time.
I would say that transferring with the system that we have now, there's high level of confidence in everything that can be done to catch a mistake was done. Doesn't mean some won't get through, but that the system is set up for maximum confidence that most things are caught.
Mr. Chair? So, Ms. Walsh, is there any scenario where a competent, independent, third-party review was conducted? And when I say independent, the builder's going to have to pay for it. So that, when you said independent, meant that the reviewer had no contractual or fiduciary relationship with the builder. I'm saying that where the builder hires an independent, competent third-party review that would be acceptable to the municipality.
When the builder hires, I think when you have, that's the most biggest concern, well, two concerns with this, but yeah. A very deep concern is that fiduciary relationship. It's, eventually someone might hire me and I might go through and say, these are what I see, these are code problems. Like, okay, thanks very much. They might get through that project and I might never hear from them again because I'm just too thorough. And they'll find someone else to hire until they find someone that fits their personality and way of doing things.
Ms. O'Donnell?
I didn't realize that you guys did have third-party contracts for plan review in place, and I'm curious because I hadn't heard of this before. Do somebody in plan review decides that we're going to farm this one out to Reed Middleton because
Ross makes that call.
So can somebody walk in and request that Ross do that?
They can do that. In that case, we end up eating a certain amount of handling costs when we through these contracts. So, we have to still do a certain amount of work, but we make that decision that, this is the best, because of where we are with what's going on, more overtime, whatever, we make the decision we're sending one out. They're generally commercial projects, more complex things. It makes it worth it to send it to them. There is already in code, if you go to your fee schedule in code, you'll see there is an option for an independent person to come in and say, I want to bypass plan review, there's a 25% fee to do it, and they say we want to go to the outside reviewer. that you have on contract, and there is an option for that. Again, that's probably more cost-effective for a commercial project than for a single-family home, but it is there.
Would you clarify that structural only? The contract is for structural review only?
Right.
And it's a point of
Geotechnical,
contention for
right.
most of these issues that they've got. And so that's going to be on a $500,000 home, $1,000 extra for plan review?
Well, it just depends on what your
25%.
plan review fee is.
Yeah,
Yeah, if it's a
$10,000
$4,000 plan
fee.
review fee, it's going to be a
No, it's actually more like $2,500.
extra.
Yeah, my
Above and
last
beyond.
building permit was $10,200.
And so, but if it goes to Reeve Middleton, you're going to get it back in
Well, I'll answer these questions as soon as. the
how many
chair
days? I mean,
acknowledges
do you see the turnaround time faster than when you keep it in-house?
We have stated turnaround times for the contract with them.
And they're less than ours.
Yeah, they're less than ours.
At 5 days? 4
It
days?
depends on the valuation of the project.
Complexity.
$500,000 residential,
I couldn't answer the residential one offhand, because quite frankly, we haven't sent a residential one out.
but it would be an option?
It would be, yeah, but like commercial, if we have a 4-week turnaround time, they have a 2-week turnaround time.
So it's half the amount of time. So you've got 10 days for you, then it'd be 5 days for them on residential?
Most likely that's what it is, but I'd have to look at the contract to verify that.
Mr. Michelson.
If I can remember them all. Mr. Strait asked a question about timelines, no, about the third-party review, and he asked it to Ms. Walsh. And I guess, in the end, I really want to stress to the board whether their group does it, Mr. Owens does it, Mr. Westbrook does it, Mr. Strait does it, Mr. Feller does it, or anyone here does the review. In the end, the 1- and 2-family dwelling builder is the one responsible for the outcome of the building. No one else, not the city, not the engineers, not anybody else that does it. They are an extra set of eyes. They have no reason to, even if the case, as Ms. Walsh stated, that someone got a little too friendly with the parties and they were getting a little too mushy-mushy, maybe they had a thing going, who knows? But even in the end, it's the builder, guys. The builder is 100% solely responsible for the integrity of that structure. And it is under all scenarios. And I listen to it, and I listen to it, and I hear the muni saying how much better they are, and they are good. I'm not going to say they're bad. They do some really good stuff, but they're not the best. They're not the only ones that have the ability or the capability to look at a set of prints and approve them. And when things get tight and things get tough and there's deadlines to be met, usually more than none, the city, as much as they want to, except for procedural risk, they can't comply with it because they're swamped. And they're busy also. And the busier they get, the slower they get. So you guys have to remember, this board has to remember, and everybody in this room has to remember, the ultimate responsibility falls on the builder. So we could talk about insurances, we could talk about who's looking at it, and if enough cases, if a builder makes enough mistakes, I'm sure you've all heard the old adage that you do something good, 2 people hear about it, you do something bad, 20 people hear about it. And let me tell you, in this town, that is 100% true. And if a builder screws up enough, he's not going to be in business anymore. And that's been proven.
And that it brings up a very good point. We had, in 2008 and 9, we did have quite a shakeout of the let's call them the professional builders from the folks that were cobbling things together and leveraging everything they had to make some money. The fact that these folks are still here is a testament to their staying power and the way they do business confidently. The builders that are no longer in business are no longer available for recovery of costs from their bankrupt. Your house starts to show 5 years after the fact, your house starts to shift on its foundation, and your builder's bankrupt. How do you,
Well, since you
yes, he's
interrupted me,
responsible.
since you interrupted me, Ms. Walls, the buildings that you're talking about, most of their projects were planned, reviewed by you. And yes, they're still not here. So did you not do a thorough job?
My point is that those builders may be responsible, but they're not available to get, to recover costs from.
Other questions? Close public hearing then.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, see if I get a second. If I don't, I may go home. Getting tired. I'd like to make a motion that this board support the concept of ordinance A0201-62 and stress that there are several issues that need to be clarified before full support will be issued. And leave it blank like that. It's vague. It sends a message. And we'll leave it up to the Assembly, Mr. Trombley, or whomever, to decide whether they want to bring it back to this board. But I don't want to sit here and craft the wording. I don't want to sit here and try to rewrite it. I think we all acknowledge that there's several areas that need correction and need spicing up. But I think if we send a message like that, it says that the concept of it is doable, is workable, but it does need, before it gets any full support of this board, it needs some modifications.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Discussions? Mr. Ferdine?
I like the spirit of the motion, but I would be against it at this point in time, primarily because this letter is going to be going to the work session to all the assembly members, and the only two assembly members who are in here, although we did not hear from Mr. Trinity whether he was in favor of this or against it, since he did not testify, I'm assuming he's in favor of this. The two assembly members who are here are the ones who are in favor of this. So if we have major issues, we need to spell out what those major issues are, or else they won't know. Was it just the definition of designed or prepared under, or was it, a third party needs to be part of this and it cannot be self-certified? So I think we need to write at least something out that highlights our points of objection.
I want to find a motion then maybe to help you. Everything I said before, and with an add that the chairman must attend the work session, and he can speak verbally as to what needs addressing. If the chair of the assembly will let him do that. It's going to be in the assembly's hands, whether we like it or not. So,
We have no.
and I think this, anyway, I've said my motion, we'll see what everybody else says.
Acceptable to the second? His amendment, is that acceptable to the second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have more concerns there, Mr. Ferdine?
I would. It was, the last work session I went to, it was by invitation only. And the people who were invited were only from one side of the issue, the last work session that I went to. So there's no guarantee that you would be invited to speak. At that point, there's no guarantee that all the assembly members will be in attendance. And I think something written down will be a lot better, getting our views to the assembly members for them to review and think about would be a much better approach.
Mr. Straight?
I'd like to say that I'm not in favor of the amendment that I seconded. The reason being, if we start out by saying we approve the concept, The concept as it's written in here is not the concept that the Home Builders Association wants, not the concept that's going to lead to a better solution, not the concept that's going to help anyone at the end of the day. So I feel that we should be very careful by starting our letter with, we approve this conditionally, because it's likely some people may not read beyond that line.
Are you suggesting that?
Well, I'm talking about things that need to be changed. First of all, the first paragraph needs to be completely rewritten to get what the Home Builders Association wants. Right now, it's not written in light of what they want out of this deal. A few other comments that I feel would be warranted within this is a limit on the size, layout, and perhaps materials used for single-family house, two-family houses in this. For example, maybe a certain anything over 3 stories would not be able to use this option. Things with certain number of seismic irregularities, things built out of reinforced concrete, don't really fall under typical things that, typical construction in Anchorage. And also, I'd like to clarify that as we are talking about third-party independent, as an engineer, when I hear that, that's something in larger firms you do internally. You have independent means somebody who has not laid eyes on the design at all before. They know nothing about it. Fresh set of eyes, they can see things that you've overlooked because you're looking at it all day and night. You miss things all the time. And if we let this go forward as it is now, the same person could be a one-man shop, does the design, and certifies that it meets code. There is no third-party review at all. Lots of things are going to be missed in that situation. Those are my suggestions.
Can I try to amend it again, Mr. Chairman? This might see if the second accepts it, and help me out, Sterling, but that this board supports the concept of a third-party review ordinance. So you tell them that you support the concept of it, and stresses to the Assembly, because it's addressed to the Assembly, that several issues need to be clarified for full support of this board. And then we can go 1, insurance, 2, self-serving, 3, and like I said, I don't want to sit here, because we'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning trying to rewrite it. We've already exasperated 6 hours on this thing, 2 hours less time at 4 tonight. So I just don't think we're capable of rewriting it. Well, I think we're capable, but not tonight. So it's something along those lines, and help out with the wording. I'm willing to accept a help out, but I just want to send a message to the Assembly that the third-party independent review concept is doable with the correct wording.
Do I want to make a suggestion at this point?
Sure.
I would suggest that we start out by saying we do not support the ordinance as it is currently written, and then go on to say we support the idea of the concept.
I'm okay with that too, as long, and you want to make, I'll withdraw my motion, want to make, I just want to see a message from this board go that you support the concept of a third-party, independent third-party review. And starting the first sentence is, we don't support this ordinance, is fine with me. And I'll try it again, Mr. Chair. Totally withdraw the first motion, if you'll withdraw your second.
I withdraw.
The Building Board of Appeals and Building Board of Appeals does not support AO 2012-62 in its current form. Comma, however, the board does support the concept of independent third-party review being performed outside of building safety. before full support of this board is given, these items shall be addressed. Or these items of concern will be amended.
Looking for a second?
Second.
Discussions?
Mr. Boney?
Mrs. Brown?
Mr. Michelson, your last sentence says, until these items are amended, and you're not discussing any
And I
items.
stopped there because I'm looking for
Yeah.
suggestion on amendments. I mean, I tried to write them all down as we spoke tonight. I know the opening sentence or the opening chapter is one of them. Section addressing insurance is another one. Section addressing self-serving is another one.
Self-certification.
And self-certification. And the need for E&O insurance versus general liability is a third. So there's really only about 4 items that I've heard for the last 2 meetings.
Mr. Michelson, I believe that this also may not be representative of what the intent was from the Home Builders Association. I have no problem requiring somebody to get an architect to draw a set of drawings and get a separate registered design professional to review those drawings.
Well, that's
To build a house, that's what
the-
this is saying.
I know, that's the concept of third-party review. And when I said before, the whole first paragraph has to be modified, that's where your whole listing of the getting the architect.
Right, but what he was saying is he doesn't want to have an architect draw it. He wants to have a designer draw
No, we
it.
don't. I say we, I'm not part of that group here. What I hear the builders saying is that they want whomever to be able to draw the prints and then take it to a third-party independent reviewer. And that the ordinance says that person has to be an engineer, architect, or a land surveyor.
So the question becomes, does the board have an issue with that as part of the terminology that needs to be changed? Or does the board feel comfortable requiring an architect to be the person that draws the drawings?
If I'm going to make an interjection in your discussions, I would be careful about presenting an aura that your goal is to do something for the HBA.
No, I'm not. That's not my goal.
I understand that, just be careful how it's stated in the right.
There's been a lot of things discussed tonight. And I think this was a point of contention that it's been completely misunderstood by a number of individuals and groups, the way this thing is written.
And that's why I'm trying to be fairly vague. All I'm trying to do is send a message to the assembly, let the assembly grab the message as they wish.
Mr. Ferdine?
A question to staff. What is our abilities, what is our public notice and public meeting requirements regarding email and review of verbiage? Obviously, we couldn't vote on approval of verbiage outside via email. We would have to meet again to have any formal approval process in a public notice meeting. But what would that ability be for us to craft this message offline?
Mr. Chairman, you're not acting in an adjudicatory kind of decision or process here. You're making a recommendation of an ordinance. It's legislative. That discussion, even with assembly process, is open. That if you can't make the decision this evening, and I'm just not sure how you would communicate among each other to kind of finalize that. You've heard all, you focused in on the majority of the issues, about 5 different sections. Maybe you could just identify those sections as issues that need resolution, and that perhaps the ordinance come back to you so you can see it recommendation. That's what I would suggest.
But in your opinion, we could modify the verbiage via email, and we could by email say, yes, we agree with this, and have a majority vote via email based on this issue?
I don't think you can, because it's outside, it's really outside the public purview of doing business in the light of day, so.
But I think you can, Jerry, I think, because the only reason the two assembly members were here tonight, because they could attend, because this meeting was not handled in a quasi-judicial format, or it wasn't a case involving that. They checked, both of them checked legal, from what I understand. They were allowed to attend here tonight because
we invited all of them.
Right.
Okay. But that's why I was told that they couldn't.
The clerk's office, there's specific rules. The clerk's office, we informed the chair of the assembly that there's a wish to have, the author of the ordinance come and speak. And then, by extension, if any other assembly members want to come and listen and not participate, they can do that. What they can't do is actually participate. If three, they could have all been there if only one of them said anything. But they can't, more than three can't be in the same place without it being public notice, which this was public notice. And if they're not participating in it, then, they can observe all day long.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Could I get you to read back what the proposed wording is correct as it is right now?
If you would, please. You guys are making right.
Does not support, the building board does not support AO 2012-62 in its current form. However, the board does support the concept of independent third-party review being performed outside of building safety. And then addresses the concerns and are amended.
And these concerns are?
And paragraph 2310, 104.7.1. The insurance requirements in D6 and 7. The self-certification that was discussed. In general, there's a number of places where I've noticed where it talks about professional liability versus general liability.
I think I would say just insurance in general.
Well, insurance in general. But then we started a discussion regarding moving from a designer to a PE versus a PE seal. And we just that one kind of hasn't gone anywhere yet that I'm familiar with. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those are the 5 I've got on my list.
That sounds about right. And as Mr. Taylor stated, that the concept that the builders were looking for were that, Mr. Taylor could design his own house, draw it himself and design it. And if he wanted to, legally, with the city, he's allowed to do his own calculations, but then he would have to take that to, and then that to is the question. To whom? Is it an engineer, is it an architect, or is it a land surveyor? That's the question. And I think engineer, is more, to leave the others out.
I thought that part was real clear in my mind.
It
that
was
they would
in
have
mine
to go to a professional. If it was structural, it would be a professional structural engineer.
But what I've heard here is that...
My question, in my mind, and maybe staff can help me with that, if, Mr. Smith is a professional structural engineer and designs a home for himself or whomever, can he provide that certification?
Yes, include this.
Do you agree with that interpretation?
I would throw in extra language, something that this engineer you're referring to has expertise in the field of structural engineering, because,
well, that
you don't want a guy...
I'm assuming that, yeah, he's a structural design here, where I'm coming from, but my question still stands that, is that self-certifying.
I wouldn't have a problem with a structural engineer certifying his own house. I think he's going to do his own house right.
Certifying, that individual, Mr. Jones's house.
No, I wouldn't support this concept, period.
I'm not asking if you're supporting it, I'm asking what's your interpretation of what's being presented here? Because I know what your position is. Mr. Smith is a registered structural engineer and designs it. Can he provide certification by this ordinance that it's good to go?
It's never going to happen.
You know, it could go in all aspects of code compliance.
As far as structural engineering?
If it were me writing the ordinance, I would write the ordinance totally specific to structural engineering. I could write this stupid thing in my sleep.
But when that structural engineer stamps that as the design professional, he's stamping it as code compliant. They'll get their building permit, they will construct.
As this is written. Okay, that's not the self-certification that we're concerned about. We're concerned about the designer-builder self-certification.
It is self-certification because the builder has contractual relationship with the design professional. The design professional has, they have ethics, they have credentials to be able to stamp that. It's self-certification, there's no question about it. Because if it weren't self-certification, and we did it another way, like other jurisdictions do, where we have a whole list of design professionals, plans come in, they're just shipped out at the discretion of the department, not of the design, not of the property owner constructing the project. Then that's not self-certification, that's plan review, albeit outside the department. There's that process that's another kind of thing that could possibly be put into place here, because the design professionals are not going to stamp these without due diligence, and the fees that are being proposed are not very much for that stamp.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ferdinand. Excuse me, Mr. Feller. I'm sorry.
A little bit off the topic of the motion under consideration, but I want to get this out there because we've got some people in the audience who are very involved with crafting the ordinance. I think the way to solve the problem is to strip all the insurance requirements out and write something to the effect, if the plans come in and the structural plans are stamped by an engineer and the calculations are stamped by an engineer, that the building department will issue the structural permit within 2 days. Just do something real simple like that. So, because I hear that structural is the problem, that's where the delays are. So if the structural plans and calculations come in stamped, then you basically get your permit within a couple days, which means the UD still has an opportunity to do a review, but it should be a very cursory review. And to me, that would solve your problem and be much simpler, because this ordinance has a number of fatal flaws in it.
Actually, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Michelson.
Mr. Feller, home builders have not, with my knowledge, had any part in crafting this. This was crafted by Mr. Trombley, and the Home Builder Association found out about it, and then was in support of it.
Okay, well, where I was coming from is Mr. Taylor described the vision of the ordinance, and so I assume that, maybe the long way that he was...
Because we've been talking, the home builders have been talking about it for years. I know we can't ask Mr. Taylor a question again, but I almost, without sounding rude, or I almost feel like telling Mr. Nosling, if he can do this in sleep, why doesn't he spit one out by morning and send it out to us by email? We'll see just how good he is. But all I want what I'd like to see this board do, accomplish, is send, I know we're sending mixed message, and we're sending dual messages to the assembly. We're sending a message saying we don't support it in its current form, but I agree with that. However, I really, truly want to send a message saying that we support the concept, even though staff doesn't. And I think it can be worked out, and I think I think if the assembly gets that message, I think they'll work it out. Now, will they come to Scott and ask him what the suggestions were? And can he even answer it? I don't know, Scott, we put you in a position, can you even suggest what the answer is? I mean, it's a tough, we've battled this for, like I said, 6 hours now. I really don't think without another 6 to 12 hours that we can get to wording where all 11 of us are going to agree to it. So that's why I think there's people smart. Well, they think they're smarter than we are out there. Let them craft it, and then it's up to you guys too.
Still discussing.
We still have one motion on the table.
Suggestion?
I suggest we call for the question.
I'd have a vote on that.
Should we try
A
to
vote on the question. Excuse me? A vote on the question.
Vote on the question, okay? Vote.
Which means end debate.
In debate. So, that's voted on? I'm not that savvy in parliament.
No, you have to vote on calling the question first.
In favor? Or is that a yes or no, or that's scratch, okay?
Favor of calling the question?
Yeah. And opposed? 2 against. So, let's go for vote then, on the proposed motion.
You want to reread it, please, Mr. Chair?
Okay, the building board does not support AO 2012-62 in its current form. However, the board does support the concept of independent third-party review being performed outside of building safety. These items of concerns, which are: 1, the opening section; 2, self-certification; 3, the insurance; professional liability, general information, and the professional engineer and the designer.
I think that's where the motion was, but under the professional engineer designer, that should be who performs the review section, I think is where that was located.
By Robert's rules, that's why we didn't want it in debate, because that's what we're voting on, that exact verbiage. That's why I didn't want to end debate on this thing, because that's what you guys have out there. It's completely confusing to any assembly member who's going to read it.
We can make it another motion. That's a little clearer to everybody.
Sorry for speaking out.
No, you're correct.
Does everybody understand the motion on the table? On this one, I think I would like to do a roll call vote, please.
For the motion, Mr. Boney?
No.
Mr. Merchant?
Yes.
Mr. Brigham?
No.
Mr. Straight?
No.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Feller?
No.
Mr. Fredine?
No.
Mr. Michelson?
Yes.
Ms. O'Donnell?
No.
Mr. Hawkinson?
No.
8 to 2. 10, excuse me. yeah.
Okay, Mr. Fadine, we're looking for another motion.
Well, that's why I'm kind of wondering, is do you guys want to hash this thing out tonight, or can a small committee of 3 put together some verbiage that we can look at? Because if we try and I agree, if we try and wordsmith this tonight, it'll be here till 2 a.m.
And you think a small party of three is going to draft verbiage that the rest of this party will agree to?
Well, I think if we can at least put into words these items, and then have that group expand on those items rather than designer and PE, and then bring forth that verbiage. But that would be the question is,
So what's your concept, to put three people together to put down the motion and then get back together?
a three-person committee to craft a message, to craft a position, and then to get back together to review it, and then either amend it or move it forward.
To do that, just timing-wise, let's say you guys are going to get together tomorrow, do something, we would still have to notice the meeting, that's 7 more days. The work session is now scheduled for the 16th, which is next Thursday. So you'd have to have that vote the morning of the work session. Another option may be to request the assembly to postpone the action so that you have further time to come up with your own position.
Mr. Michelson.
I don't know if it worked, but I'd be willing to call Mr. Baker and ask him. I think, under Robert's rules, when I read the book, another book last year on it, you can not close this meeting tonight, just keep it extended, and then you can formulate a group for discussion, and you can do it under executive session. That group can come back to the mother group, and I think, if I swear I read that you can do it by email. And then you can have a motion in hand. But you got to do it without closing this meeting tonight and just leaving it open.
And the only clarification is, whatever Robert's rules you may have talked about email, but municipal code is pretty clear that the 7 days notice. Now,
But that's
they
for a public
continue with
meeting,
it.
there is no public
Mr.
meeting.
Chairman, you can continue this meeting to a date specific, and
It doesn't have to be every
perhaps you could be thinking about what you want to do and come back and do it on that day, that, you can,
I concur that we can continue to a date specific. With all due respect to Mr. Ferdine here, my question is, I think we're more than just down to, can we start with a designer calc and go to a PE? I think the problem that's hanging up the board here is much more global to the ordinance as a whole, not that particular paragraph per se. And that's, I don't think that one can be hashed out with a little bit of language by a three-person group here.
That's why I was trying to be vague.
Again, another option is request the assembly delay action, postpone it beyond.
I don't want to do that. I think that's the wrong approach, and I don't want to do that.
Well, it sounds like the home builders don't like this either, and it's moving forward faster than, it just sounds like next week is too early to do this, based on all parties involved, is what all the testimony we've heard.
I agree 100% with Mr. Ferdine, and this late in the building season, I would see no reason to rush through something that's going to help you in the future. It's not going to help you this year very much anyway, and this is a pretty large issue to rush through. And the concept, there's a lot of merit to it, but I can't support it. I mean, some ideas that I'm not even sure that the home builders are okay with Mr. Trombley. I mean, there's so much confusion in the room right now to push, it says going to vote or going to the assembly in 11 days.
But do you know over the years, over the last 30 years, dealing with the municipality under all different building officials, that once they get a little leeway and they get you to suspend something, it never comes back to the table? and it's like a dead horse, and you're fighting the same issues 30 years ago.
But you might be fighting a bigger issue when they adopt something that you're not in agreement with, the way this is crafted right now. I don't see that the home builders, you, or anyone that spoke besides Mr. Trombley is okay with this. I mean, I don't think it represents the overall concept of what you guys are trying to accomplish. That's my opinion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Ms. O'Donnell.
I'd like to make a motion that the building board craft a message that states to the assembly that we cannot support this ordinance as it is written. We recommend that the assembly delay hearing this ordinance until it can be further refined by Assemblymember Trombley and then reevaluated by the building board before being sent to the assembly again. It's the best I can do.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Feller this time.
I would support that motion. I would suggest that we add the fact that Mr. Trombley has been made aware of the building board's concerns.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Michaels.
I think it's going to go, and I would support the motion, but I really, I would like to see, before I say yes, I'd like to see an inclusion, if the maker will add it, is that this board does, however, support the concept, and let the assembly know that it can be worked out, instead of just saying no. Sometimes you send a message to the assembly that says no, then they don't give it effort to try to work it out.
I don't agree with that. I believe in the message that we're sending that I've suggested, we're saying that it should go back to Mr. Assemblymember Trombley for some revisions. I'm not saying that we don't, no, in that statement doesn't say that we don't support the concept. It doesn't say that. It just says we don't support this ordinance as written. It's not necessarily negative.
Mr. Chairman?
I disagree.
Mr. Feller.
I would agree with Ms. O'Donnell. I'd say I think if we say we support the concept, then we have to define what that concept is, and we just get bogged down. So I don't think we should say we support the concept, or we need to define it.
Mr. Bridgman.
I'm in support of the motion, exactly how it was said.
Mr. Ferdine.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion where it says reviewed by the building board, then we change that to reviewed by stakeholders, or building board and stakeholders, and that would include the Home Builders Association without us specifically saying that.
Agreed.
Other discussion? Mr. Street?
I feel like we should, in some way, tell them that the concept that's in here is not the goal. Right now, we're saying that we disagree and needs more work, but we're not really saying why we disagree. We're not stating that, as it is written now, it's not accomplishing the aims of the stakeholders. So that's my understanding.
Point of order, there's all kinds of stakeholders.
Well, the intent was just that it wasn't like, bring it back to the building board, and then they say, well, we're done with you guys, and they might move on. So that was the intent of the additional stakeholders.
No, I agree with the language.
Well, a friendly amendment could be bring it back to the home building industry instead of stakeholders.
And that's what I wasn't sure if we could even say that.
My opinion is the general public.
No, well, home building industry is not home builders association.
Okay.
I think stakeholders is acceptable, because that could be anybody from a home buyer, a home builder, an engineer, an architect, anybody with a seal, the
Home Builders Association.
Home Builders Association, plan reviewers. I think it's vague and all-encompassing enough that it means everybody.
That's appropriate.
More discussion? Do I vote on that one?
Chair request we read it.
If you
Wait a little while.
Look at your magic fingers this time, because I couldn't keep up this one. Sorry, man. He was the vote for the last one.
Oh, here it is. Motion. The building board craft a message saying we cannot support the ordinance as written, and to delay the work session or the ordinance until it can be further amended or updated.
By Assemblymember Trump.
By Assemblymember Trump.
At which time?
It was more to it, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't catch it.
It can be brought forward to the building board and stakeholders for...
Hold on.
Folders.
For further discussion and review prior to forwarding to the assembly.
Do we have an understand it? Okay. Call for the vote.
On Ms. O'Donnell's motion, Mr. Boney,
Yes.
Mr. Merchant,
Yes.
Mr. Bruno,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
Mr. Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Feller,
Yes.
Mr. Fredine,
Yes.
Mr. Michelson,
No.
Ms. O'Donnell,
Yes.
Mr. Hawkins,
Yes.
that is 9-1.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just some very quick items to report. And the reports, just out of letting you know, the licensing ordinance failed last night, 6 to 5. So the revised licensing requirements for contractors failed 6 to 5.
We'll send in a little more detail than that. What was?
The licensing ordinance.
The handyman issue that we argued about last time.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that would clarify requirements for a municipal license to include a state contractor's license or any right $5,000. And some other conditions. So that failed 6 to 5, so that language will not be changing. We'll try to address it in the code hearings come up next, Interestingly enough, Mr. Trombley voted against that one, and then brought it up for immediate reconsideration and voted against that, which I understand that there is no option for reconsideration after that happens. The second item is AO 31S, the building board ordinance, the previous building board ordinance. Mr. Wheeler was here to discuss with you last time. He did come forth with his changes and forwarded those to the ones that we talked about at the last meeting, forwarded those to Mr. Trombley early last week, and I don't believe that, I haven't seen any further action on it yet on that. So but Mr. Wheeler did do his part of that work. Second to last thing.
Excuse me, could we get a copy of his, could you
We got
email
it
us?
last time.
Well, he's modified it since then, as I understand it, correct?
Yes, I mean, we can send that out.
You can just send it to us so we have it as record.
And also, that's not to say that that's will be its final form. So that's just what he sent to Mr. Trump. And there's also, as you're aware, this board sunsets October 14th. Like many of the boards related to the omnibus bill last year, several of them were targeted for sunset. with the caveat that the internal audit would conduct an internal audit and make recommendations. That has occurred. They have made a draft recommendation. We're checking for accuracy right now, but their recommendation is that the board continue. When we have the final version, we'll copy that to you, but the audit finding is that the board sunset factors, personal goal, audit finding.
Did you read the finding?
Yeah. There was one mention of a person who was absent.
I'm missing that last
Is he no longer on the
part.
board?
They, basically, they go through and they check a certain number of items and want to know if you guys have been doing any business, and the upshot is they're recommending that it continue. So I will get you that. And that just came in this morning. And my last question is really a plea for help. When we leave this room, we have to leave it in schoolroom set up, and Hannah has to do that herself, or if we could have everybody pitch in and help us rearrange the tables, it'd be greatly appreciated. All the table bodies and all that.
I have one thing to say. The software has been bought, we're waiting for IT to install it, then the building board recordings will go out on the web.
The audio?
Yes.
I have a couple of comments. One question, really. Why are we using the assembly chambers? What are we doing here?
Because we only have the assembly chambers reserved for certain dates, and the need to schedule this. We do have them reserved for the second and fourth Thursdays of every month. If we're not meeting, we need to cancel, so we don't pay the rent charge. But because of the need for the board schedule.
Just one other thing, Mr. Chairman, for the board. I think something took place a couple of weeks ago that staff did something. I'm not going to mention it right now. I want it for the record, though, that I may bring a claim against on ethical charges unless I get a proper answer in the next couple of days. I will inform you all as to what's happening. But something took place that shouldn't have, and it just wasn't right. And unless I get a sound reasoning on it, and it pertains to the case that we heard, the Hyden Lockheed case. So I don't think that was a dead issue just yet. So just for the record.
What did you just say, Paul?
You weren't here when this case went down. Okay. So you didn't know about it, but I think something was done totally unethically,
And how do you?
that's all I'm saying right now.
I can make a motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry.